So can we start?
Yes, yes.
Hello, tech team, can we start?
Yeah, after my count.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we are ready to start.
A very
3,
good
2, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's start, please.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Tanya Chakraborty, on behalf of NSHM School of Health Sciences, would like to welcome all the eminent delegates, guests, and participants who have gathered again today for the second day of our virtual international conference, ENATCON 2021. We are honored to have with us today our most respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Shaukat Moitro, a man of distinct vision and fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an idol of knowledge and inspiration to us all. Professor Moitro is a renowned academician. He is a chartered chemical engineer and a fellow of the Institutes of Engineers of India. He has filed 2 patents, authored 3 books and 3 book chapters. He has received the prestigious S.S. Bhatnagar Memorial Award for the year 2018-2019 for his contributions to the research in the field of chemical engineering and technology. He has worked on fly ash-based geopolymers, silica nanocomposite membranes, and removal of metal pollutants with the help of natural resources. Professor Moitro has been heading Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, which is a nodal university that provides affiliation to more than 200 colleges spread throughout the state, offering courses in engineering and technology, pharmacy, architecture, management, applied sciences, and various professional courses. Sir has been granted a second term and will now be heading the varsity till February 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we rarely get this kind of opportunity, so I would now like to request Professor Moitro to share his thoughts with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate again the management and faculty members, staff members, and students of NSHM Knowledge Campus for organizing this conference in blended mode. You see, this is the reality. For the first time, I am appearing in the last 1.5 years in a conference where the entire proceedings is done in a newly coined term, physical mode. And this is going to be the scenario of our education. We are moving forward to an educational arena where all of our exercises will happen in this format, partly physical, partly digital. You may continue your research activities and all this in physical mode, but acquisition of knowledge from digital platform, and then exchange of ideas, then socializing and development of your personalities or skills and all these attributes, which are very much human in nature from physical mode. So individually, we have to follow these combinations of physical and digital mode in the best possible way. And from organization point of view also, this is to be followed in near future. Over the years, what we are seeing in the last 1.5 years, we are seeing that remote work process or remote work culture has been increasing and expanding day by day. And many professionals, they are continuing their work from their homes, from industries. From academics, I am very proud to say that from our university systems, almost all the faculty members, they continued their academics teaching learning process from the very first day after this pandemic situation broke out in this country through digital platform. The students, they participated in this platform. Assessment and evaluation is happening at these platforms. Publication of results is being done at a proper time. And internship, training and all these things. These are being continued through the digital platform. Now, if we look at this particular conference this today, that is this is related to the health science, and this has assumed a profound importance in the context of this COVID-induced situation across the entire world, particularly two industries, information technology and healthcare industries. These are booming like anything that we have observed. And the reason behind the continuation of our practices is that is followed, that can be done if we embrace this digital tools and techniques pertaining to information technology, and for sustaining of our individual health of the community, we have to rely on the health science. And that's why phenomenal growth of pharmaceutical industries, healthcare management, healthcare systems, hospital management, all these are coming up in a big way. From the university, I'm seeing numbers of pharmacy colleges are coming up, numbers of programs are being introduced pertaining to healthcare management, healthcare systems, and all these things. This is one of the silver line of this situation. This every situation has its own takeaway, particular from the positive point of view. The positive part of this COVID-induced pandemic situation is this growth and the tremendous growth of these two categories of industries, IT industries and pharmaceutical industries. And in this country, that growth has happened significantly. Now, if we look at the opportunities in healthcare systems, there are these numbers of these opportunities are coming up day by day. What we're seeing, for example, in this year we are introducing a course, digital health and telemedicine. Even 2-3 years before, this sort of course, this sort of expertise requirement in healthcare systems was not much short of. But right now, this is one of the these highly demanding areas in healthcare systems, digital healthcare, telemedicine. And if we look at this country, and if we keep COVID situation, this aside, then what we'll see, these digital healthcare systems is very much important and very much useful for Indian systems, because this country with huge number of populations, and there are lots of heterogeneity involved, and we have limited numbers of healthcare professionals, medical practitioners, doctors, and numbers of patients are huge in the rural areas, particularly villages and tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. And from there, they all of them for better healthcare facility, they want to migrate, or they want to come to the city, putting lots of pressure on the urban healthcare systems, and this creates lots of this imbalance in our society. And this is this COVID-induced situation has accelerated our culture of embracing these digital healthcare systems to the best possible extent. Our cultures of adopting digital systems, by and large, that has happened, and one part of it is digital healthcare systems. That is one of the prominent area. Here you see the setting up of the different centers, digital healthcare systems, telemedicine centers at different parts, and developing a proper ecosystems involving professionals with right set of knowledge, skill, and ability, with medical practitioners, with hospitals, with pharmacists, with management personnel. If we can integrate all these things in a proper way, using these digital healthcare systems and telemedicine, it will serve the purpose of eradication of these healthcare related problems, which is a great problem for this country, because if people suffer from diseases, then not only it causes a reduction in man-days, but at the same time, it puts pressure on healthcare budget individually as well as from the national point of view. And this productive uses of resources gets limited. So this is one of the biggest challenge of our healthcare systems. And if you look at the situation of our developed country and underdeveloped countries or developing countries, you will see that developed countries everywhere, the healthcare system is very robust. All of the persons, all of the citizens of developed countries, they have this accessibility and affordability to good healthcare systems. So they are having sound health. So they are contributing to the best of their ability to their growth and development of the country. But in developing or underdeveloped countries, because of these so many related these problems associated with healthcare systems, people are suffering. They are they're not in a position to contribute to the best of the best of their potential to the development of their own and for the society at large. And that is causing these problems for this entire country, because human resource is the greatest resource which can take the country forward. And we are relying much on this human resource. Our greatest advantage is our demographic dividend. The demographic dividend means our young population. Huge numbers of young populations we are having, and that is one of our greatest these resources. And we are aspiring to use these resources to change the status of developing country to developed countries in near future. But until and unless we cannot keep them fit, we cannot keep them healthy, we cannot keep them very much this productive, then this dream and aspiration will not be fulfilled. And that's why it is our duty and responsibility to develop proper ecosystems of healthcare across the entire country for taking care of the health systems of all the individuals, particularly the youngsters. And for that purpose, this digital healthcare or telemedicine that needs to be developed to the best possible extent across the entire country. And remote healthcare process, now this is quite this technically quite feasible systems. Only thing we need to develop this and the entire architecture of ecosystem. And for that purpose, we have introduced courses this time with the expectation of developing or generating professionals in this field. We are expecting that to take up numbers of research projects in this area. We are expecting to integrate and collaborate with numbers of professionals in this area. We are expecting to set up certain trend and example so that other institutes, other organizations, they get inspired to come forward for developing a system like us. And by this way, within the shortest possible time, we want to integrate the entire Indian healthcare systems to digital healthcare and physical healthcare mode, and providing this good healthcare facility at an affordable cost, affordable price uh, to the numbers of a scores of Indian population. So this is one of the area where we need to work together. Academic institute, research institute, professional organizations, management bodies, society, government, they need to work together. And we have started this, we have initiated this, and we are optimistic of the fact that it will, of course, bear the fruit in the shortest possible time in near future, and we'll be able to generate positive outcome of all our exercises. This is one thing. Second is, in our system, in our country, we are not till now not in a position to take the benefit of natural resources which we are having for healthcare or health related problems. We are having this tremendous amount of biodiversity across the entire country. For perhaps the extent of biodiversity which is present in this country is unique in nature across the entire globe. But till now we are not in a position to reap the benefit of this naturally this blessed system. So the reason behind it, we had the knowledge of the medicinal properties of all the natural products. We had the knowledge repository, and this is a long this over the years we this through the different these researches to compilations of all the knowledges at different points of time. This has happened, but afterwards what happened, there some gap has developed, particularly in the this type of this culture was there in ancient India, in medieval India, And we had these resources, but in between this when this British rule that started in India, afterwards because there was disruptions in our traditional or orthodox way of doing many things, education, healthcare systems, and all these things. And that's why lots of disruptions has happened, that lots of this missing part has developed. And it is our responsibility to look into all these things, to how to take care of the biodiversity associated in different regions, and for development of natural product based these medicines for health, which can maybe cheaper, which may be free from side effects, which may be sustainable this in nature for our numbers of these huge numbers of populations. And I can say there are lots of these old these scriptures, old these documents are available. Now we need to take up form this thorough research in this area. Sometimes individually, many people have tried to compile all these things. One of the examples is Acharya Prafulla Chandra. At the last phase of his life, he tried to compile all these documents, but he could not complete it. Now we need to work on this. And government of India has set up Ayush department, and we are now some emphasis is given on the taking the benefit of these natural products. And now we need to take up this serious and focused research in this area. This traditional healthcare systems which was there in country, taking benefit of all the natural these products which are available, and particularly plant-based medicines and all these things. And this requires to be this strengthened. This requires to be to be taken up in a much focused way, in a collaborative manner, in an integrated fashion, so that this can give a benefit of developing India-based numbers of medicine useful for Indian population by and large, and at the same time useful for the people of other parts of this world. So this is one of the area where we need to relook, we need to work together, we need to develop this our the strength and capability of working. So this is another area which will be which will develop the sustainability and better resilience in our healthcare systems if we can do it. And then another thing is, we need to this work on particularly this data, and we need to apply the latest developments of IT related subjects which has happened in the last few years in healthcare related research to the best possible extent. And that's why we need to work with big data. Our work or our researches, particularly in healthcare systems, so far was confined in the handling of limited volume of data. And that's why it could not be this reproduced, or it could not be this made accurately applicable in many critical and crucial cases. And this is the problem of handling of data. If more amount of data if you can handle, then it gives you more reproducibility, more accuracy in your research, more this capability of handling heterogeneous systems together. Earlier, even 5-6 years or 10 years before, we did not have the capacity of handling huge volume of data. But because of this the advent of the Hadoop and big data platforms, now it is technically possible. Only thing we need to this work with this huge amount of data. Every moment, in every laboratory, we are generating data. Maybe small in numbers, but if we take together all these things, that gives this huge magnitude of data. And yeah, and if we can process all these things in a meaningful way, definitely will be able to handle heterogeneity in the healthcare system to the best possible extent. This is another area. So our healthcare professionals, researchers who will be working in healthcare related research, pharmaceutics, healthcare, and all these things, they need to attain the skill and expertise in handling big data analytics, machine learning, and all these areas of information technology related these fields to make the entire research works in healthcare systems more sustainable, more formidable, more applicable, more useful for the benefit of the entire nation. And I believe that in this conference, some session are there regarding this, because of the late people are trying to talk about the importance of IT related subjects, particularly AI, machine learning, data science, data analytics, and all these things in healthcare systems. People are talking about, but even then I have seen in most of this, because I deal with this practical reality. I have seen in most of these pharmaceutical laboratories, the researchers, they are yet to acquire the skill of handling all these IT related, these domains. And my advice to all of them is you try to gather the skill and knowledge as quick as possible. Right now, there is no dearth of this opportunity in getting yourself self-skilled, self-learned, because in internet, in digital platform, there are so many these resources are available. 15 years, 20 years before, this opportunity was not there. In recent times, for learning, there are plethora of these resources of huge amounts of these opportunities. So if you have the right intention, you can always make yourself learned in any subjects of your liking. Earlier, 20 to 30 years before, when we were learner, now everyone should be learner in his or her entire lifetime. When we are formed learner officially, that time this opportunity was not there. Now we lament why this opportunity was not there at that time. But till people like us, we try to learn something from the digital platform. But with age, our learning curve, this their slope changes. That's why our learning, this rate of learning reduces. You young people, your learning curve is steep enough, so you have the capability of learning very fast. So you try to learn Python, you try to learn machine learning, you try to learn these other domains of artificial intelligence, data science, data analytics, all these things within the shortest possible time. And because all the young students, they know many of these areas, and this is a matter of surprise to me. Not surprise, this is quite natural, because with age, your dexterity, your capability of handling technology, that gets reduced. And many of the teachers, they suffer from this problem. But you see, it depends on practice. If you practice, if you develop the mindset, of course you can have this ability. When the computer came, we never knew how to handle it, but we mastered how to use PowerPoint presentation, how to prepare PowerPoint presentation, how to use Excel for files, all these things. And now we have learned how to use Zoom platform and video conferencing tools and techniques for this continuing our meetings, continuing our this academic practices. So this is adversity. Adversity gives advantage. Adversity acts as fuel. So take this adversity as fuel. And as you don't know all these things, consider this as personal adversity and try to this ignite the fuel inside you for learning all these skills within the shortest possible time. So far, the COVID pandemic situation formally exists within this country. Try to learn within that time period, so that when the normal situation again, you are equipped with your all this knowledge and ability to look into all this research work from different perspective. So this is another important thing. Next is another important thing is now here we need to develop this culture of research. You see here what I have seen earlier, even few years before, or even now, we continue our academic practices in the way of dictating notes and giving direction to the students, what they should learn, what they should read, and most of these things, what is our thought process. Accordingly, we want to mold the mindset of our students. So that is another biggest problems for develop for generating these innovative and enterprising mindsets among our new generation. My suggestion is here, you give minimum teaching, but engage them maximum in research work from the very beginning at this academic session. Give them small projects so that they can work together for or individually, and can relook into the problems from different perspectives. And in that way, mindset for taking up this research work in healthcare related problems, that are these enormous numbers of problems. You give them small problems with this different level of difficulty. At initially, you can give them problems of easy level of difficulty, and then slowly and progressively you can increase the level of difficulty of these problems. But the point is here we need to develop a research mindset among our learners. And this research mindset means everywhere you see what is there. This is one way of solution, but can that be further modified? Can that be relooked from other angle? Can it be upgraded further? So if that mindset is developed, then there are lots of opportunities which can be generated, taking the benefits of our young minds. Young minds, I'm telling you, the potential is enormous. Their hardware capacity, like this, the next generation computers. Computers with time, Moore's law is there. Moore's law is telling with within a certain period of interval, the capacity of this hardware that will be increasing exponentially. And this time period, what Gordon Moore conceived when the form of this hypothesis was framed, that time he talked about 20 years. Now it has become 4 months. Now people are talking about this in terms of days. This capacity is increasing exponentially and exponentially hardware. And same thing is happening in biological systems among the brain of all the youngsters of the new generation of the future. Their brain power is tremendously high. This is biological revolution, artificial intelligence and natural intelligence. These two are growing parallelly. But we are not in a position to take the benefit of phenomenal growth of this biological intelligence. And that's why if this is the time only to guide, only to show the path and let them decide the entire thing. The students, they have the enough potential for all the taking up all the research works. This is this research culture is to be developed, and how you will develop it, that depends on your wisdom. This is left to the teacher, how the teacher can develop these different sorts of good practices to inculcate these research cultures among the mind of the students. That is the this forte of the teacher. The teachers can decide all these things. That cannot be dictated, or that cannot be taught to the teacher. That this liberty and freedom is always with the teacher. But the message is this research culture among the students you develop from the very beginning. Another point is this: in future, what will happening? Customized pill system, customized poly pill. This is another future. You see, 3D developed, 3D engineered pill, which can take care of all the diseases of a single person. Because we, with the progress of age, we develop lots of medical problems, be it sugar, be it cholesterol, be it this uric acid, whatever it is. And for that, we have to take numbers of medicine throughout the day. And I can tell you, only a small part of this medicine works, and rest of these parts that generate side effect inside the systems. And everything has its side effect. Every this medicine what we are taking, definitely there will have side effect until unless it is not natural product and product which is free from all these adverse effects. But right now the research is this: the active component which is which can have efficacy for you cannot have that much efficacy for me, because our genetic makeup is different, individual level, country level. So genetic makeup is different. So genetic research and this drug research that should go in a parallel manner. So the researchers on biotechnology, genetic engineering, pharmaceuticals, that needs to be combined together, and therefore customization of all these medicines. Here, most of these medicines are prescribed based on body weight and all these things. But the days are coming for further micro level customization and personalization of medicine will happen. Customize, this poly pill. That is the future. That has become a reality. People are demonstrating how 3D personal 3D machine, 3D printing systems can be used to develop all these customized poly pills. So this is another area. So a profound, this knowledge and research on biotechnology and seamless integrations of these genetic researches with this pharmaceutical research. This is another area. And here, as the gene diversity is huge here, so you will have lots of these opportunities to work. And if we can manage all these things, handling big data and all these things, then definitely the solution for better healthcare in near future, that will be more and more. So I think I have spoken enough, because that thing is this.
So this is Krishnendu here.
Yes.
So I have a question on behalf of students and faculty of healthcare sciences.
Right.
Now, sir, under our university, we are pretty unique because we offer management technology, and also science in the domain of healthcare. Like, for example, right from hospital administration to dietetics and nutrition, optometry, pharmacy. So here the point which probably we would like to ask you is that are you thinking some innovative ways to bridge these silos, because management operate in their own dynamics.
Right.
Similarly, science is typically limited to a particular vector,
Right.
and technology, as you rightly talked about pharmacy, that there is little of IT which they practice or they don't work with much of data. So management, science, and technology are kind of an isolated. So what are your next plans or actions? So like digital health, you said will be a great binding force. But
Okay.
then what are those initiatives which probably you can suggest to us, wherein these silos can talk to each other, interface with each other, and maybe in a very cogent and collaborative way, try to come up with very good solutions.
So right now we are talking about a healthcare system in transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary mode. So what you talked about the different domains of our subjects, and this breaking the silo, this concept is always there, but someone should take lead how to break the silo. I think those who are working in different domains now they need to think together. We cannot impose anything. We can suggest that you should take up transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary, these cultures. How best you are integrating all these activities. That depends on it, because we need a polymath. Polymath means persons like Leonardo da Vinci. So you should have idea of physiology, you should have idea of pharmacy, you should have idea of physics, you should have idea of engineering, you should have idea of management, you should have idea of literature and humanities. So all together in a package like Leonardo da Vinci. Even Rabindranath Tagore was also polymath. So some extent. So Einstein also was a polymath. So future is the days of polymath. Now you come up with a proposal how you want to integrate all these activities, your management, because you are working here side by side, management science and pharmaceuticals, healthcare science. These are existing side by side. Only the barrier is a physical wall. Now break this wall, work together, and come up with a proposal that this should be the role model for others to emulate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In fact, sir, it was one of the best lectures which probably I have heard from you. And you have been speaking like every point you have touched in this contemporary and emerging domain of healthcare. Thank you so much, sir, from my side.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Then giving my best wishes to all of you. I'm leaving. Thank you.
That was an amazing speech. Thank you, sir, for sharing your wonderful insights with us. On behalf of the organizing committee of ENATCON 2021, I thank you for providing your gracious presence to join us today and enhance our joy. Thank you, Krishnendu sir, Chief Strategy and Impact NSH Life Science School, for joining our session with your insightful questions. Thank you, everyone, once again for joining us on our second day of International Conference ENATCON 2021. Please join us in our subsequent technical sessions. Thank you once again.
হলো না ম্যাডাম? ফাইন। এবার আপনাকে জমা দিতে হবে না, ওটা
এটা তো আমার কাছে
ওটা আপনার কপি। ফাইন।
A very good afternoon to everyone. Hope you had a great, good rest. Today, we are into the next portion of the conference, e-conference. At this point, we will be conducting the oral poster presentation given by the participants. But before we go into the discussion or before they share the poster presentation, let me introduce us to the two chairpersons we have with us today, Dr. Ashok Kumar Saha and Dr. Atanu Kumar Dopra. To start off, I want to introduce Dr. Ashok Kumar Saha. He is currently working as the professor in the Department of Psychology, Jagannath University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. And he is also the ex-chairman of the same department. He has completed his Doctor of Philosophy in Psychology from the UGC Center for Advanced Study in Psychology, Department of Psychology, Allahabad University in the year 2002. Dr. Shah is internationally known, accomplished, reputed teacher, researcher, educationalist, and development worker in the area of psychology and development issues. And at this point, I will also introduce Dr. Othunukumar Dogra. He is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, University of Calcutta. He completed he's done his PhD from the Department of Psychology, University of Calcutta itself, and he specializes in the field of research methodology. He is associated with government facilitated projects and he has over 20 published papers to enlighten students and professionals in the field of psychology. I welcome both the chairmen to this particular session of poster presentation. I would now request Dr. Ashok Kumar Shah to say a few words of encouragement for our participants.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me in this international conference, particularly research advancement, resilience, and the pandemic era, a drive for innovative transformation. And there is a particular session in this conference, is a poster session. So thank you very much for inviting me to participate. And this is an opportunity for me to be acting as a evaluator of the posters and to work with this conference and to contribute for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I will now request Dr. Othunukumar Dogra to say a few words of encouragement for the students.
Good afternoon, Sujata.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm privileged that I'm getting this opportunity to, rather now I am learner here. I'm learner here. I just want to learn the different aspect from the newcomers, because you are the better person, you are the better student to look and to perceive the world in a different manner rather than us. So I just want to, now I'm as a learner, I just want to learn. I just want to acquire the information rather just judging the information. Okay, my dear everyone, just share your viewpoint and just present your viewpoint without feeling any hesitation. Okay, now we can start it. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I will transfer this session to my colleague Paroma Gupta to conduct the further poster presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sujata. Good afternoon, our judges. and good afternoon to the participants as well. First, I would like to know from our judges only that we have our posters in our agenda in the hall, and we have our presenters who have submitted these posters. So how would you all like to move about? Mane, you want them to present it individually, or you want to see the posters? I will share my screen and show you how do you want to go about it. We can do it that way.
Ashokda is more senior person, and Ashokda has huge experience in this field.
Yeah. Thank you. I think if someone are presenting and someone are not, it will be very, very difficult to judge it. So everyone to present in a nutshell so that we will able to judge.
Sure, sir.
I think this way we can proceed.
Sure, sir. So then first we have Shreyansh Swarnkar. Shreyansh, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. Before Shreyansh starts, let me talk about the rules and regulations. Shreyansh, you required to share your screen and show your poster, and you required to present your poster in front of the judges. And you will have not more than 6 minutes for your presentation. And after that, you will be required to answer the questions that the judges have, if they have any. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So, Shreyansh, you may share your screen and start.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, has my time started?
No, you share, then we will start it. But you please share it as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Is my poster visible to everybody?
Not yet.
Your screen is visible.
Okay, my screen is visible.
Yes. I tell you.
Please click once again.
Shreyansh, you please click on the e-poster. We can see it, but it is not yet opening.
Shreya, I guide you. Please do one thing. Just stop here. Open your PPT at your desktop or laptop. Once it's open, then share it again.
Yes.
Sure, sir. I'll try doing that. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. So
Yes,
shall I
visible.
start
So
presenting?
we are starting your time.
Yes.
You may start. Yes.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Shreyan Swarnakar, and I finished my MSc Clinical Psychology from NSHM Kolkata last month. And as part of my dissertation, I completed a paper. I completed a paper called titled "Conceptualization of Factors Affecting Child Planning in Indian Society." The reason I chose this study was that I perceived that for some reason, adults who are either married or who are about to get married, and in this year itself, or in the as is seen in the past trends of in India, that a lot of adults are willing to have a waiting period before becoming parents, before entering the field of parenthood, and it is a visible phenomenon that they choose to have a waiting period before having a child. So keeping this phenomenon in mind, I thought of maybe conducting an exploratory research in this field. So what I did was I decided to conduct a qualitative study in this field with the purpose of exploring the factors that go behind child planning. And also a sub objective of mine was to look into the child rearing factors. So this is a qualitative study. I'll give you a brief introduction of it. It is a qualitative study that I undertook, and it is a phenomenological study. And since it was during the pandemics, in the mid of a pandemic, I couldn't really. I had to make do with a limited sample, and which I wanted it to be as representative of this Indian population as I could. So that's how I started off. So let me I shared my introduction and my objective, that is to find about the factors that go behind child planning and rearing with you. Now, I also studied as part of my research. I also studied some related literature that was written on this topic. There were a lot of studies which were in favor of there being a waiting period, especially when it comes to child marriage or adolescent marriage, because then when, especially for the women, especially for the wife, if she is still in the adolescent phase and she's still if her body is still maturing and she decides to have a child, then that leads on to to various complications during pregnancy, such as eclampsia and endometritis. And it is also there was a lot of literature that explored why this child marriage was still prevalent in a lot of societies, despite there being so many health risks attributed to it. And it was found that, especially in countries that were in South Asian region, some parts of India and some parts of Bangladesh, the studies were found that studies concluded that it was a lack of there was a lot of misconceptions about pregnancy. There was a belief that if especially if I may say misogynist belief, that there was if the woman wasn't able to provide her in-laws with the child, then it was sort of a bad omen. It was she would bring bad luck to the family. So a lot of research studies showed me this perspective. So building on top of that, I wanted to make some contribution into this field by finding out what the attitudes of certain individuals who were married or who were about to get married were towards child planning or child rearing. So what I did in order to collect data, I had to do some sort of sampling. So since it was a pandemic and since I had difficulty in gathering a sizable sample, I could gather only 4 participants for the study. And it was convenient sampling and to an extent snowball sampling, but it had also had a purpose.
Shreyansh, you have 1 minute more.
Sure. It also had a purpose attached to it, that I had to see that the participants were either married or they were about to get married this year. So I interviewed them and I found out that the various reasons why they had decided to have a waiting period was that it was mostly a financial consideration. They put a lot of emphasis on the financial consideration, and a lot of biological attributes were also there, such as maternal obesity, that was also contributing to the waiting period. And especially the female respondents, they said that the wedding should be very congenial. The dynamics between the husband and wife should be conducive to the rearing of a child, to the entry of a
Your
child.
time is over. Please wind up fast.
Sure, ma'am. I just need one tiny, a little more time just for this. So what I need to explain is my method of analysis. I used content analysis for this. So initially, I formed some initial codes based on the quotes, and on top of those quotes, I identified certain themes, and I clubbed those themes together to form focus codes. And under these focus codes, I saw which quotes were coming under these focus codes, and this is how and after that, some triangulation was done to bring in multiple perspectives into this study to make it more reliable. And also, I concluded that the financial stability, the biological issues, and some mental preparation, and also some societal obligations was also played a part in child planning and child rearing among my participants. So with that, I would like to wind up my paper.
Okay. So judges, over to you.
Hello, Shreyan.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
1 second. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. There was a mistake at our end. Shreyansh, please switch on your video, and participants are supposed to switch on their video while they are presenting. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Continue.
Hello, Shreyan.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear my voice? Hello.
I can hear your voice, sir.
Yes. Congratulations, first of all. It's a very good work. You collected the data from the 4 participants.
Yes,
am I
sir.
right? Okay.
Yes,
Just narrate a little bit about the basic characteristics of the participant, because it is very important for your study. No? You collected from the 4 participants, but you didn't mention the basic few demographical and the other characteristics of the participant. This is very important, my dear.
Yes,
Say something about it.
Sure,
yes,
sir.
my dear.
Sure,
This
sir.
is my first, and second one. Please briefly tell me the basic few findings what you got from this, because during that time it is difficult for me to understand what you want to communicate. That's why.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Just.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, sir.
Yeah.
So my respondents, I had 4 participants for the study, out of which 2 were men and 2 were males and 2 were females. 3 of them followed the Hindu religion, and one male was Muslim. So and all 4 of them had similar socioeconomic backgrounds. The Muslim male was based in Shillong, and the 3 other participants, the 2 females and 1 male participant, were all based in Kolkata. And they all were part of the service sector. They all had service sector jobs. Some were marketing executives. Some was a clinical one participant was a clinical psychologist, and then the one male was a government employee. So this is, and they all had similar income backgrounds. So this is that is some of the information some of the demographic information that I'd like to share with you. Now moving on to your second question, that is my findings. The findings that I got from the study was that a lot of participants,
their year of marital life.
Sorry, sir.
Hello. Years of marital life.
No, sir.
From the marital life.
Are you asking whether I am married?
Their age range? Age range of the participant?
Participants, yes, sir. The age range was from 28 to 40 years.
Okay. Marital status?
Marital status, sir, only two participants were married, and 2 were going to be married this year itself.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And now moving on to your second question. Now the findings that I got was that a lot of couples, they prioritize financial stability in their life before, when they decide to have a waiting period before having a child. They prioritize the financial situation, and they also have some societal obligations that go behind, that go into this waiting situation. It's mostly kind of it falls into a conflicting range between their parental expectations for having a child and their own willingness or their own psychological readiness to have a child. So most of the time they don't bow down to that familial pressure. They still hold their ground. They say that I still have to be at a certain level of psychological readiness before I can commit to this decision of parenthood. So that is psychological readiness, and there is the societal or the parental or the familial obligation. That is also a factor that goes into child planning. And lastly, there's one more important factor, that is the biological perspective. Now, if it is both for husband and wife. But in my study, what I found was that one female participant, she said that because of her own health complications, namely obesity and hormonal changes, she decided to have a waiting period, as consulted by her doctor, as advised by her doctor, that before pregnancy she was advised to reduce a little weight. So that also contributed to her waiting period. I hope I have answered your question, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have almost the same type of observation that you have taken only 4 participants in your study for a qualitative study, but 4 sample or 4 participant is not enough, as I understand.
Thank you.
As well as.
Thank you,
Yes.
Shreyan.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Shreyan, you also don't take any quantitative analysis in your study. So if you had qualitative data as well as only for qualitative data, then it might be fine. Otherwise, with these 4 participants only, how you will generalize and defend your methodology of your research?
Yes, sir. Thank you for this question. Now, it was, well, I do not like to say it, but I had a shortage of time when this is part of my master's. So there was a shortage of time for me to do my dissertation. So as a result, and since this is something that concerns a demographic age group from 28 to 40 years, and I honestly didn't have a lot of contacts in order for me to gather them in the sample. So I chose what was convenient for me, because that was the only option that I saw, because I couldn't there wasn't any scope for me to put forward any mass message. So whatever sample that I got was, one was my personal contact and the others were provided to me. So yes, that was one shortcoming of this study. That was I would like to accept that was a shortcoming of my study, because due to these circumstances I couldn't really gather a lot of participants for my to build my sample.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So Shreyansh can leave. Judges?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Shreyansh. So our next presenter is Shomu Snigdha Ghosh.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody, for listening to my talk.
Thank you, Shreyansh.
Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Not yet.
Is it now visible, sir?
Yes. Make it bigger.
Can I start?
Make it bigger. Make it bigger, please.
Am I start? Hello.
Yes, you can start.
Make it bigger, Shomu Snigdha. I mean, you rotate your screen. You rotate your screen. I think it is from your mobile. You please rotate your screen. Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Me, Shomusnigdha Ghosh. Now I presented my research paper, a quantitative study on parental pressure, academic stress, self-esteem, and resilience of high school student and undergraduate student. Background of my research: parental pressure is the drive that parents put on their child to achieve a goal. This vulnerable lot and the kind of students that suffer panic attacks, burnout, low self-esteem, and diminished willingness to carry forward. On the other hand, academic stress, which is an ongoing problem in society, and school and college are competing with each other on basis of forced quality. Now comes to the method part. Aim of the study. The aim of the study of the see the difference in parental pressure, academic stress, self-esteem, and resilience between high school student and undergraduate student. See the relationship among the four variables of high school student and undergraduate student. Sample percussive sample techniques was followed, and 75 students were selected for the studies. Inclusion criteria for school student and college students are class 8 to 12, age between 13 to 18 for school student, and college student passing first year, second year, third year, fourth year, any stream, age between 18 to 22, belonging next is belonging to low, middle, high economic status, residents, urban, suburban, rural, and any religion. Exclusion criteria for both group of students having any significant physical or mental illness. Tool used: first is the perception of parental belief skill, second is educational stress skill for adolescents, third is Rosenberg self-esteem skill, fourth is brief resilience skills. Hypothesis. The hypothesis that we have set, out of them, first four have been set to check the difference, and the remaining four have been set to the check relationship between the variables. Procedure: and online surveys conduct through the different sources. Statistical analysis: statistics were computed using SPSS 20. TTS was computed to see the difference in the four variables between two groups, and the Pearson product moment correlations was computed to quantify the correlations between the four variables that are parental pressure, academic stress, self-esteem, and resilience. Results: the computed p-value is not significant at 0.05 level. There are no significant difference in the perceived parental pressure, academic stress, self-esteem, resilience of the high school student and undergraduate students. So the hypothesis that we have said, out of them, first four have been rejected. Now the HA5, HA6, and HA7 is accepted. There is a significant positive relationship between in these variables between the two groups, and the last hypothesis is rejected because it is not significant at 0.05 level. There is no significant relationship between resilience and perceived parental pressure of both groups of students. Now I come to the discussions part. First is the researcher similar levels of social, cognitive, and moral development. The researcher has collected data from the age of 13 to 22 years old. The students within this age group have verifying levels of academic pressure and demands. However, this variety did not reveal the significant difference between the two groups. This is perhaps because, with respect to cognitive development and social development, they fall in the same category, that is formal operational thinking, and under the identified development, the students considered in the study were mostly in their further similar levels of social, cognitive, and moral development. Now is the online education mode. The whole study is process is going through an online education process, and everyone is in the same situation, so everyone is trying to cope with this system. Therefore, as of today, the examinations process has been totally changed from the earlier. So the students are facing the same problem. This had led to uncertainty to their future. Some parents and students try cope with this and some are not. Next is attachment styles and passive parental culture further demonstrated that the importance and attention that needs to give to early relationship in order to help in individual adjust the cope with challenges later on learning. Next is parental aspirations. Strength of the relationship between parental partnership and school-related factors and parental aspirations for the children, education and attainment was most common in non-conscious parental aspirations for their children. Next is teacher-student
So,
relationship.
Snigdha, you have
Yes.
1 minute.
When the middle school student pursue good relationship between teacher student, but the parents' emotional warmth levels is student experience greater academic with an increase in pressure, emotional warmth levels student experience lower level of academic efforts, reduced academic stress. Should simultaneously focus on improving students sense that their parents provide uh, emotional warmth. So poor economic status also affects student education system. Parents' marital status and parents' support and peer relations also affected students' education system. And they more passive and more academic pressures and affect their self-esteem and resilience. We have concluded that we cannot find any significant we cannot difference between in the variables between the two groups and also find a significant relationship in the variable between the two groups. Some limitations of my
Your
studies.
time is over.
Unfitly binder, ma'am. Such a small sample size due to the COVID lockdown, we could not gather more samples through online survey due to the lack of offline survey. Dissertation got affected as big as the social support from the volunteers was a bit less. Also for this, we are planning to give another encounter, wishing a better result of in this lockdown. The study has been carried entered in India. That is why there is huge gender difference, which is could not add properly in our study. Other issue to the caste discrimination, which is very common in our country. To students coming from lower caste or villages areas often face difficulty challenges in spite of having quotas. Talented and qualified students get disqualified because of the caste, which is we cannot include it in our study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Snigdha. Please show yourself and over to the judges.
Hello, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Snigdha Ghosh for her good presentation. But I have few observations.
Yes.
As you have mentioned, all 8 hypotheses, there will be significant differences between the variables. So for me, what are the scientific basis of taking such hypotheses that there will be significant relationship? Have you studied on different earlier studies so that you have taken like these hypotheses, or what? How you will explain this?
Sir, I have stated this hypothesis because this hypothesis is the main part of the research. If it is significant, then there are some connections between these variables. If it is not, then we cannot put that it is we cannot say it is unvalid or that. So.
So other question is, the findings you have right now, are there any support from the other studies that other or similar type of studies have same type of results as you have?
No, sir. It is I also rotate these results.
Okay.
Hello, my
Thank
dear.
you.
Congratulations for your performance. And I just want to know two things. The first important thing is, did you collect the data pre-pandemic situation or during the pandemic situation?
So during these pandemic situations, we throw the Google form in different online sources. So there I collected the data.
Collected the data from that time. Okay, during the pandemic situation.
Yes,
During the
sir.
pandemic situation. Okay, understood. The second one is, what is the novelty of this study? What is the novelty of this study? And from this study, what is the new information you can add in the field of psychology? Get my point, what I am saying?
Yes, sir. When I choose this research, I thought the school student feel academic pressures and parental pressures, and college students are better feel of academics stress and parental pressure. But when we show when we watch see our result, that we can find that both groups face similar academic pressures and parental pressure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. You can. Thank you.
Shomusnigdha can take a leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Shomusnigdha. You can switch off your video. Next, we have Nuzhat Ara Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nuzhat Ara Chaudhary. And ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, my dear. It's visible, my dear.
Yes, Nuzhat, start.
So this is my poster which I'll be presenting, and the topic is smartphone addiction and its effect on social anxiety and on psychological well-being. So smartphone is the gadget that has replaced a lot of different gadgets like alarm clock, television, camera, most importantly, telephone. Smartphone on the one hand has become a plaything, getting all the replacements of useful tools, or it can be said the world in our palms. And on the other hand, it has become a curse, as the main problem is not that people are using smartphone, but they are stuck into it. They are addicted, and this kind of addiction is called the smartphone addiction. And this addiction has high negative impact on one's life, like loneliness, depression, anxiety. Hence, this become a threat to psychological well-being as well. Next thing I'll be talking about the objectives. So the main objective of the study was to investigate the relationship between smartphone addiction, anxiety, social anxiety, and psychological well-being among the people between the age group of 18 to 25. Our research has focused on the significant correlation between the smartphone addiction, social anxiety, and psychological well-being. We're examining how the variables influence each other. In the methodology, the study has used, we have used the quantitative approach in the study, and to calculate the relationship between the smartphone addiction, social anxiety, and psychological well-being, we have used Pearson correlation coefficient. And this can evaluate a linear relationship between two continuous variables. The independent variable here was the smartphone addiction, and the dependent variable were the social anxiety and psychological well-being. And the external variables were the health, other health issues, medication, or any kind of therapy. So there were 50 participants, and they were sent the questionnaires with proper instructions. They were made aware of the privacy, and they filled the questionnaires and sent us back. And in the result, we found no significant relationship between the anxiety, social anxiety, and all the aspect of psychological well-being, such as autonomy, purpose in life, positive relationship, etc. Also, the same thing happened in the relationship between smartphone addiction and the aspects of psychological well-being. accept personal growth and purpose in life. The only relationship between these two aspects smartphone addiction were significant and were negatively correlated at significant level of 0.047 and 0.05 respectively. So in the discussion and conclusion part, I will be saying that although we could not establish a significant relationship between most of the variables, but there were many researches that support the study, and we can't deny that the usage of smartphone has increased in this lockdown period. People are watching movies, series, playing games, using social media more than before. In conclusion, I'll be saying that.
Hello, your voice is not audible. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Am I audible, ma'am? So
Yes, you are.
now I'll be concluding this presentation with some suggestions for the further research, that with a larger sample size and more control over the external variables, a more structured research can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuzhat. Over to the judges. Please show yourself, Nuzhat. Thank you.
Hello, Nuzhat Chaudhary. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me know, how do you explain or operationally define that about smartphone addiction? Because you have not discussed about how much time if someone use smartphone is become an addiction. So you have to define smartphone addiction in terms of operational definition in research. And then you have not also said about any sample size or sampling technique, how you have considered who will be included in for participant or not. And you also don't mention about the analysis technique or any literature, related literature, which has been done earlier in this area. So how we will explain all this, please?
Okay, so can I start with the, sir, I didn't mention them here, but can I start with the sample size?
Yes.
So the sample size were 50, as I couldn't collect more participants due to this lockdown. And the next thing was the sample size.
Say something about the literature review. Do you have sufficient literature on this area?
So I didn't hear about your sample size. Did you say something about sample size?
Yes, sir, there were 50 participants.
50 participants. I'm sorry, my dear, I didn't hear. Okay.
So there was a research that can be related to this research that was done by Lee et al. In 2016, where they could not establish a significant relationship between smartphone addiction and anxiety in the undergraduate students.
So how do you define smartphone addiction? What is the definition of smartphone addiction?
Smartphone addiction.
We all are using a smartphone, but am I addicted, or do you are addicted?
Nusrat, sir is asking about the criteria. On the basis of which criteria did you select the person is addicted and another person is not addicted? On the basis of which criteria? Sir is asking about this thing, my dear.
Okay, so due to this lockdown period, I have seen people spending more time on their smartphone, on social media, or watching movie series. And many research says that excessive use of smartphones causes smartphone addiction. And the research also says that smartphone addiction inhibits anxiety, hence our psychological well-being is affected.
Nusrat, didn't you use any scale for it?
Yes, sir.
On the basis of which scale did you classify the person is smartphone addicted and another person is not addicted?
Yes, sir. I used a smartphone addiction scale.
Okay. This scale was developed by whom? And what are the basic criteria of this scale? On the basis of, is there any cutoff point? On the basis of any cutoff point did you select? Please say something, my dear. Don't worry.
Scale. So,
are you facing some language issue? Then convert it into Bengali or Hindi.
No,
it's
no,
not a
sir.
problem at all.
No, actually.
Anyway, Ashok, I feel
Yes.
now we can proceed for the next.
Yeah, thank you.
We can proceed for the next. Thank you, Nusrat.
Thank you.
Okay. You can leave.
Thank you, Nuzhat. You can stop showing yourself. Next, we have Ayushi Pandey. Ayushi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Over to you, Ayushi. Please share your screen as well as your video and present your work.
Just a second, ma'am.
Okay.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes. We are starting your time. Okay. You may start.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. The title of my presentation today is a quantitative study to find difference in working individual and students and between males and females with respect to several constructs of positive psychology. The presentation is structured as follows. As we know that people are worried about physical as well as psychological health, the present scenario COVID-19 is a contributing factor that affects the health of every individual. In this uncertain times where the entire world's population is trying to adjust with the new normal, it has also challenged resilience, optimistic personal growth, hope, and intolerance of uncertainty outlook of every individual, and therefore it is important to study the effect of pandemic on such attributes of human psyche. Our objective of the study was to find out difference and relationship between students, working individual, males and females with respect to personal growth, resilience, optimism, intolerance of uncertainty, hope during COVID period. The significance of this study can be the potential conditions of these constructs we took associated with academic and organizational structure to have true understanding about the concepts. There has been a literature review of these concepts providing clear understanding and evolution of personal growth, resilience, optimism, intolerance of uncertainty, and hope. The quality of life and how it affects students, working employees. Also, we examined the past studies conducted by many scholars that there has been a critical analysis on resilience. Also, the benefit of psychological well-being in this situation of a global pandemic. Various reasons have supported why we took the study. We have also briefly examined some of the factors to put together in life for studies and working. Coming to methods, this study used quantitative approach. The operational definition of the variables is as follows. And progressive sampling was implemented. A sample of 66 respondents was selected. The age was 18 to 34 and the two groups were formed. First was working individual and the second was genders, males and females. Tools used was personal growth initiative scale, the brief resilience scale, adult hope scale. Also, this scale has two subscales known as pathway subscale and agency subscale. Fourth is life orientation test, revised one, and fifth is intolerance of uncertainty, short form. Also, this scale has a subscale known as inhibitory anxiety and prospective anxiety. Alternative hypothesis was established, like there is a significant difference in hope in working individual in students, or there is a significant relation between resilience in working individual like males and females also. Coming to statistical analysis, this study uses inferential statistics which are supported by modern statistical software such as SPSS and SAS. In this study, independent t-test and person product moment correlation were conducted for main measure to determine the significant relation between the variables we took. Coming to results, after conducting independent t-test and Pearson product moment, it was seen that there was a significant difference between pathway subscale of hope in the working individual and students. Also, there was a significant difference in inhibitory anxiety, which is the subscale of IUS in males and females. Also, there was a significant difference in IUS, like intolerance of uncertainty, in males and females. It showed that males have was higher than female in context of intolerance of uncertainty. In Pearson product moment result showed that there was analyzing the Pearson product moment correlation, it was shown that there was a significant relationship between personal.
You have 1 minute more.
Yes, ma'am. The subscale of hope with positive correlation. According to result, it can be said that hope as a cognitive process is a combining pathway and agent that is needed during future tasks. Also, males has high unwillingness to accept views during uncertain times, while females have less unwillingness. To conclude, I want to convince my audience that the area of positive psychology has a great impact to promote individual and students, also collectively organizational or academic, thriving also for psychological well-being. We have we took four constructs of positive psychology that are essential for psychological well-being. Hence, lastly, I want to say that this new way of pathway thinking and hope can lead to building of personal growth.
Time is over, Ayushi.
Yes, ma'am. Just a sec. Emotional, physical, intellectual, and social resources, which in turn leads to increased level of well-being. In this regard, balancing uncertainty with hope and optimism can be certain tenets of positive psychology. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayushi. Over to the judges. Ayushi, please show yourself.
Thank you, Aishi, for your presentation. I have a few observations. You have taken 66 participants in your study. The study is very, I think, is a contemporary research. It's a very appropriate title you have right now. And the research has great importance nowadays to maintain good mental health in our life, as well as you have taken the questionnaire from 3 different measures for several to measure several positive things in our life. So, do you use survey questionnaire technique, or you use Google Meet, or which way you have conducted the data, collected your data?
Oh, we
From
have
Google
conducted
Meet or
data. Yeah, we have collected our data from Google Forms, digital platform.
so if you took the digital data from only 66, do you think it is enough for your study?
No, actually, we took about 100 respondents, but due to inclusion and exclusion criteria, we only selected 66 of them.
Okay, then I understood. Thank you very much. Hello, Atonu. Hello, Dr. Atonu. Are you there? Are you listening me?
I think Sir left. I admitted him.
Hello.
Yeah, he's back.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Do
sir.
you have any observation?
It's over.
Yeah.
There are only 4 participants.
No, sir. You're done with Ayushi?
Hello.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Observation regarding this participant. Observation
Yes.
regarding this participant.
Yes.
It's over. No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Ayushi.
Thank you.
Next, we have Momita Dotto. Momita?
Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, your screen is not visible.
Ma'am, I have shared my screen.
Your presentation is not visible, my dear.
Amita, do one thing. Are you using laptop or mobile?
I'm
Momita,
using laptop.
you are using
I'm
laptop.
using laptop.
Just listen to me. First, open your presentation at your laptop. Okay. Then come to the Zoom. Then click on the share button and share your presentation. You have to open first your presentation, then you have to share it on the platform. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Is it open?
Sir, I'm again trying to open.
Do one thing, open your presentation first and let me know.
Okay, sir. Sir, I have shared.
It's open? Hello?
Sir, I have shared my presentation.
Now come to the now share, please.
Sir, is my poster visible?
No, Momita.
No, my dear, it's not visible.
Is it, judges, is it fine if I share it on her behalf?
Yes, it's not a problem.
And I'm trying it out. Where is it downloaded? The second one, right? Momita, you please switch on your video. I will share for you and you can present.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, Momita, now we're visible now.
Okay, can I start?
Yes, my dear, you can start.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting my poster, which is based on a study of relationship between personality and anxiety in young adult. First, I want to introduce my variables. Variables is personality. It is a dynamic organization inside a person's characteristics, pattern of thoughts, feelings, behavior. And another variable is anxiety, which feeling of worry, nervousness, unease, or certain uncertain outcome. And the participant age range, young adult is generally a person whose age ranging from late teens to early 20s and 30s. In the study, the objectives I considered are that to determine the personality trait and anxiety among participants, to determine the significant difference between the relationship, the personality trait between male and female, and to determine the significant difference between anxiety level in male and participants. So for the study, the methodology I have used, I have taken total 60 participants, in which 30 participants are male and 30 female. And the tools I used is are 553 by Costa and Macro, and the big anxiety inventory measured the anxiety level. And the result I have got that there is no such relationship exists between personality and anxiety, because the correlation coefficient of each personality dimension with anxiety are below the critical value at 0.05 level. So there is no relationship between the personality dimensions with anxiety. And there are some limitation of my studies because as the data was taken Google for method, so there are not much rapport established with the subject, and the number of participants also 60. So maybe this result affected, and many other factors affected the relationship. And I found study that support the relationship, which that there is no such relationship exists between personality and anxiety, which is by uh, H. Hoffman et al. And according to the study, it was showing that usually personality is a personality trait is a factor of anxiety, but always anxiety level does not depend on one factor. It depends on many factors. So sometimes personality does not affect the anxiety level. And the study can be carry on in future by controlling other factors and increasing the number of participants. So I want to conclude by saying that in the study which indicates there is no such relationship exists between the different personality dimensions uh, between the with anxiety in young adults.
Thank you, Momita. I stop sharing my screen. Over to the judges.
Thank you, Momita, for your poster presentation. You have found in your research, it's a correlational study, I think. So you have found the correlation between the variables, which is 0.2417. Is it
Yes.
significant? Have we found this correlation is significant?
No, this is not significant at 0.05 level. Uh,
But you have mentioned this is significant in 0.05 level.
no, no, no. The correlation is not significant at 0.05 level. So there is no relationship exists between the personality and anxiety level.
Okay. So what are the other analysis you have done? Do you have any factor analysis or any other analysis you have done?
No, sir. But after doing the research, as I came to the conclusion that as I collect data, just after the situation is quite normalized after a long lockdown, so maybe that this factor affects the data. And as I said, the limitation that my participant level are very small. So maybe this affects the data.
So what other analysis you have done than correlation? Are there any other analysis you have done than correlation?
Yes, I have done RT test also between each dimensions between the male and female.
So are there any differences between male and female?
Actually, I found that in two personality dimensions, neuroticism and conscientiousness, there is a difference exists between male and female, but rest of the other dimensions and anxiety, there is no such difference exists between male and female.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Momita, hello. Hello, Momita. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
First of all, congratulations for your presentation. I just want to know two or three things. The first important thing is that did you perceive the anxiety as a personality trait or the situational based anxiety? Number one. Number two, what is the novelty of this research? Number two. And number three, in the result section, you wrote there is a significant different relationship among all dimensions of the personality with the anxiety. Now, please state more briefly about the what are the different dimensions of the personality you check, and what's the relationship with the anxiety? Please mention this thing.
Okay, sir. Actually, I checked the different dimensions with
Now,
anxiety.
first, my question is: you perceived during the when you conducted the research during that time, you took the anxiety as a personality trait or the situational based anxiety.
It's
Is it trait anxiety or
situational
state
based.
anxiety?
Uh,
Situational based anxiety. Hello, yes.
yes, situation based anxiety level.
Okay, situation based anxiety level. And did you collect the data during what time? During the pandemic situation?
After the actually after just the lockdown over.
The first stage of after
Yes,
first
yes,
wave, after first wave, when the new normal just
yes,
started. Huh? Okay, during
yes,
that
yes.
time. And what's the intention of this research? What is the
This
contribution of this research in the field of psychology? What do you think?
actually I think that uh, the if personality and anxiety are quite related, and due to pandemic situation everyone is became more anxious, even they are not don't have the anxiety trait but they are also becoming anxious because of the situation. So just after worrying the situation, I have taken data to check that if is there any uh, difference with is there pandemic affect their personality their anxiety level or not.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay,
Okay,
fine.
okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Over with Momita. Okay, Momita, you can stop showing yourself. Next, we have Anisha Khatun.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. I'm sharing my.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, my thesis was on the influence of parenting on gender role and self-concept, and this has been submitted in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of PA in applied psychology. So the responsibility of parent has not been limited in just giving birth to a new soul. Rather, it has been initiated from the moment parents start investing their portion of their time and energy in their children by utilizing the different resources. So, and as well as when they grew up, children grew up, they interprets the world around them that has been presented in front of them, and they analyze the different aspects, the cultural as well as the environmental, even their own temperamental aspects, and try to put them into different categories. So the main purpose of this study is to understand how the parent-child relationship affects the formation of gender roles, which further give a sense of self-concept to them in different dimensions. So for this study, the objective has been to identify the relationship between the parent-child uh, relationship questionnaire and the egalitarian role scale, And the second objective was to identify the relationship between the sex role scale and the self concept, and how to identify the significant difference between the egalitarian roles in men and women. For this, I have taken a total 60 sample, where there were 30 adult female and 30 adult male, and the questionnaire has been chosen for this study is the parent adult child questionnaire, which consists of different dimensions like control, responsibility, regard, attachment. And then there was the sex egalitarian role scale, which includes marital roles, parental roles, interpersonal roles, educational roles, and employment roles. So for this, I have done a Pearson correlation and tried to find out the relationship between the two. It has been shown that through the t-test that women showed more egalitarian roles in different dimensions than the men. So here are the statistical analysis of my study, and like there were many important aspects have been came out from this. And one more thing I forgot to mention, for like when I was taking data, make sure that participants' name, age, gender, education qualification has been noted down properly. And so the finding suggests that daughters who showed responsibility and regards towards their mother, they are likely to explore different employment sectors, especially who are single mother. And for them, it becomes very much pertinent for the daughters to go and explore different employment sectors. Then the another important relationship has been found between the mother and son, which shown that attachment has been negatively correlated with egalitarian roles. So, but other research study have consolidated that if mother and son attachments have been dealt healthily, then it gives a nurturing bonds. Or otherwise, if there is a crucial difference between if there is some sort of negativity has been witnessed in a mother-child relationship, then it could be very much chaotic. Then, if it could now the other study shown that other findings suggested that in case of both men and women, if they endorse more egalitarian roles, their emotional maturity enhances, it broadens their capacity to think from the perspective of the opposite gender, as well as to inculcate those roles as well. And another findings suggested that men showed who showed less egalitarian parental roles, they some sort of have this sense of guilty within them, because they have been burdened with so many responsibilities, and they have this sense of guilt that they are not giving much time to the children. However, if the least amount of time they spend with the children,
You have 1 minute more.
that was very much crucial. Then overall, the study suggested that education has been the important aspects in the development of women's gender roles, egalitarian gender roles. And implications would be that there are many implications, but one of the important I have noted is the emotional expressions, particularly in men, needs to be evaluated through different aspects. What are the ways that restrict them to act out of their way and get and understand the concept of egalitarian roles. And limitations are there have been very less samples. If
Your
more
time is
samples,
over.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Just a minute.
You can wind up, Tanisha.
Or I'm done with my presentation.
Okay, please show yourself.
Thank you, Nanisha. Thank you, Nanisha, for your good presentation. Are you a student of clinical psychology or any other discipline you are doing?
Clinical psychology.
Clinical psychology.
This has been
How
done
do you relate? How do you relate your present research with clinical psychology? First, do you have
clinical
any?
psychology is more about the um, if I say the personality aspects or the mm, I feel so. Clinical psychology is more about the diagnosis part or the personality aspects of different individuals. So here, I can say that how the personalitical aspects of men and women varies and how it has impact on them in their formation of different sorts of role in different sectors.
So, what is your implications of this study in our life, day-to-day life?
Implications would be to understand the different gender roles in when we talk about egalitarian roles, it's about how we understand the from the perspective of opposite gender, and if time permits and if there is a requirement, then we can opt their roles as well. There shouldn't be anyone shouldn't feel ashamed of taking up the roles of the opposite gender. So implications would be if there is some sort of resistance in accepting the roles of other, so we could much more ponder on that particular part. Like I said, the emotional maturity of men is very much crucial in nature, because men sometimes try to suppress their own emotions, as their social schema or gender schema have permit them to do that. So how we can break that stereotypical part and think out of the box. And as well as like one of my research also suggested that how the responsibility towards and regard towards mother has an impact on women, and they wanted to explore different, because regards and responsibilities have been correlated with the employment rate. So what are the different variables that could lead to it, so we can do further research on these topics.
What is your sampling technique actually?
Sampling is a quantitative analysis of
No, I am
three
not.
different questionnaires.
No, I am not asking about your type of analysis. What type of sampling technique you have followed? That means the procedure of
correlation. Statistical analysis have been Pearson
no,
correlation.
no, sampling technique. How do you conduct your study based on a
random
sampling?
sampling.
Simple random sampling.
Yes, random sampling, and I have formed Google forms. Google's form have been distributed from different parts of the Kolkata.
Okay, random sampling. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anisha, first of all, congratulations. It is excellent presentation. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. First of all, congratulations for your excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And it is a really pertinent work. I just want to know a few things. The first important thing is you conducted the research on the 30 men and 30 women. These 30 men and 30 female from the same couple or the different couple?
No. No, it's not a couple. Just men and women.
Just married individual. Just marriage individual.
Sorry,
Marriage
sir?
individual. You conducted the research on the married individual.
No, not marriage. Normal male and normal
marriage.
female. Adult, age from 18 to 30.
Not couple, not couple.
Not couple. Because it just doesn't consist of marital roles. It has different roles like employment roles.
Okay. Fine. different equatorial roles. Understood. Number one. Number two, I feel you conceptualize the parent-child relationship as perceived parent-child relationship. It's a perception of the individual about the parent-child relationship. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Take it. Thank you. Thank you. Understood.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Anisha is done.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Anisha. Next, we have Meghna Kaur.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everybody.
Yes,
Good
good
afternoon, Meghna. Please share your poster.
Yeah. So, is it visible?
Yes,
Yes.
it's visible. Yes, visible.
Yeah. So, the topic of my research was a quantitative exploration of social self-efficacy in real and virtual medium in young adults, a study of differences and relationships. So, socialization. Being the social beings that we are, human beings have always involved in socialization, which is one of the most basic way to survive in the society. For the longest time, the socialization was always offline and in person, that is in real life. But today, with the emergence of social media technology, the socialization is divided into two parts, that is virtual and real, online and offline. So, social efficacy, that is the readiness to initiate behavior in social contact and developing new connections or relationships, or a person believes that he or she can pursue social contacts, was divided into two parts for this study, that is virtual perceived social self-efficacy and perceived social self-efficacy, and how social anxiety affects the two aspects was also observed. So, background of the study: Albert Bandura, the great psychologist, was the first one to coin the term social self-efficacy, and he also studied how studied about the relevance of the perceived social self-efficacy. Then Guandiano and Herbert also studied about social self-efficacy and how it is related to social anxiety. Then Chang et al. Studied how virtual self-efficacy is important and how social media affects our self-efficacy. Coming to the hypothesis, hypothesis one: there is no significant difference in perceived social self-efficacy between individual with high social anxiety and low social anxiety. No significant difference in perceived virtual self-efficacy between individual with high social anxiety and low social anxiety. No significant difference between social self-efficacy and virtual self-efficacy in individual with high social anxiety. No significant difference between social self-efficacy and virtual self-efficacy in individual with low social anxiety. No significant difference between males and females in perceived social self-efficacy. And lastly, no difference between males and females in virtual self-efficacy. So, methodology. The aim of the study was to assess the significant difference in perceived social self-efficacy and perceived virtual self-efficacy between individuals with high social anxiety and those with low social anxiety, and gender differences. So variables were perceived social self-efficacy, perceived virtual self-efficacy, high social anxiety, low social anxiety, gender, that is male and female. Sample, coming to the sample, 96 young adults were taken for this study. The age range was between 18 to 26 years. And 45% were males and 55% were females. Exclusion criteria, social media influencers were excluded from the study. Individual with social anxiety disorder were also excluded, and individual with any psychiatric disorder. Sampling was purposive sampling. Tools used were PSCC, then VPSCC. It was self-constructed with the help of PSCC and social anxiety questionnaire. So, coming to the procedure, a simple method of research design was used. Data collection was through Google Forms and circulated in social media platforms like Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp. Scoring was done in Excel sheet and an analysis in SPSS. Yeah, coming to the result, all the hypotheses most of the hypotheses were rejected, but the relevant and the significant results are that there was a significant positive correlation between PSCC and VPSCC among young adults. The mean score difference of VPSCC between males and females was higher than the mean score difference in PSCC. Almost 60.
Your time is just 1 minute.
60.41% of the participants scored higher in PSCC and 36% scored higher in VPSCC, and rest of them scored equally. So conclusion is that though far from any definitive conclusion, results from this evaluation are encouraging that there is a relevant self-efficacy that is in virtual medium. Gender differences also shows that female continue to face problems in social media, and there is a relevance of cyber crimes. And the high score in PSCC suggests that people prefer offline mode of socialization, which is obviously influenced by the pandemic situation. Thank you.
Your time is over. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You please show yourself. Over to the judges.
Thank you, Meghna, for your good presentation. I have few observations. First
Yes,
of
sir.
all,
Yes.
you have mentioned several observations that there will be no significant relationship between two variables. What do you have any sufficient reasons of such hypothesis? Why there will be no significant relationship between this and that? What are the basis of your taking hypothesis like this? Do you have sufficient reasons of such hypothesis? Number one. And number two, if you have collect your data using Google Meet, Facebook and Messenger.
Yes, yes.
So who is your participants? And the person who has given your response, do you consider all the responses as your participants, or you have some exclusion or inclusion criteria of taking such participation? These two observations.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your question. So, sir, it was assumed because of the literature that is already existed through the study of literature. We found that all the time there were people preferred virtual medium over real life medium. So it was assumed that there should be a difference in the virtual medium and social medium. So t-test was done, and it was assumed that differences in virtual and real life will be there, and gender differences is also was also assumed because of the existed literature, which showed that females are mostly they don't prefer social media for conversations. And also to study if now, because of the change in socialization methods, and with the emergence of new social media platforms, if people actually prefer social media over offline mode of socialization. So to study all this, we studied we actually used the t-test to see if there was any differences. And about the participants, choice of participants, yeah, there was an inclusion and exclusion criteria. We were only seeing if we only chose participants who were in the age group 18 to 26. We were only studying students who were in their undergraduate. Because they are only they are the ones who are actually using social media most of the time due to online classes and everything, and they are the young adults. And it was our preference to select a specific group of people. Exclusion criteria is important. We have excluded social media influencers because they are obviously more inclined to use social media, irrespective of if they want to or they don't want to, if they prefer it or not. And obviously they prefer it, so it is there will be a biased responses in their questionnaires. We have also excluded people who have social anxiety and any psychiatric disorder, because again the answers will be biased because they are obviously not fond of socialization as much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Meghna, hello.
Yes, sir.
What's the implication of the study?
Implication of the study, sir, because there were actually no significant result as we expected. But actually, yeah, there was a positive correlation between virtual self-efficacy and real life self-efficacy. So we can say that now we can say that there is a relevance of virtual media social self-efficacy, and it is very much different from real life confidence that we have for socialization. And we can also study how social media.
My dear, is it possible to operationally define these two concepts?
Operationally, sir, yeah.
How can you differentiate the virtual one from this? I just want to understand, nothing else.
Yes, sir.
Just for my understanding, I just tried.
Yes, sir. We can differentiate because in real life we actually meet a person, and that person is in front of us. So that form of socialization is quite different from using social media, where we actually type and every conversation is most of the time in written form. And in the existing studies also we have seen that virtual media.
Your constructor, these two constructor, please again repeat your construct. What is the construct you already studied? What is the construct? One is virtual
medium media socialization, and and real life socialization. So we have seen that a lot of patients who had social anxiety and had a fear of meeting people in real life were actually diagnosed by the doctors, and they were suggested to continue socializing in social media because for their own comfort. So there is a relevance of virtual media socialization.
Okay, the people who have high amount of the social anxiety, for them the virtual mode is better as per your finding. Am I right, my dear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good, very good, very
Thank
good
you, sir.
observation. Thank you, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, sir, no.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Meghna.
Thank you,
You
ma'am.
can stop showing yourself. Next, we have Namrata Shah. Namrata, yes.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, you may start.
Namaste, everyone, and good evening to honorable judges. Okay, my topic is for my review paper is effectiveness of pranayama and overall well-being. Pranayama, we'll start with abstract first. Pranayama is an ancient practice of controlling the breath to control the timing, duration, and frequency of every breath and hold. The goal of pranayama is to connect your body and mind. It also supplies your body with oxygen while removing toxins. This is meant to provide healing physiological benefits. In Sanskrit, prana means life energy and yama means control. So, pranayama is controlling the life force. The practice of pranayama involves breathing exercises and patterns. You purposely inhale, exhale, and hold the breath in a specific sequence. According to research, pranayama can promote relaxation and mindfulness. It's also proven to support multiple aspects of physical health, including lung function, blood pressure, cardiovascular health. It improves migraine and sinuses, detoxifies, boosts immunity, stress reliever, improves sleep and concentration, digestion, and brain function. Now let's understand what's prana, the pranic body. According to yogic physiology, the human framework is comprised of 5 body or sheaths, which we call as panchakosha. The first one is annamaya kosha, the food or material body; manomaya kosha, second the mental body; third is pranamaya kosha, the vital energy body; vijnanamaya kosha, the psychic or higher mental body; and lastly the anandamaya kosha, the bliss body. And apart from this, we have pancha pranas that governs the functioning of the body parts and the systems of our body. They are prana, apana, samana, udana, vyana. So prana and lifestyle has got relation. If we come to the introduction, we see prana and lifestyle. So lifestyle affects our breath drastically. Similarly, breath, health, and pranayama are interrelated. Human beings breathe about 15 times per minute and 21,600 times per day. But hardly anyone use the complete capacity of their lungs. So rhythmic, deep and slow respiration stimulates and is stimulated by calm, content states of mind. Irregular breathing disrupts the rhythm of the brain and leads to physical, emotional, and mental blocks. These in turn lead to inner conflict and unbalanced personality, a disordered lifestyle, and disease. Pranayama establishes regular breathing patterns, breaking this negative cycle and reversing the debilitating process. It does so by giving us control of the breath and re-establishing the natural, relaxed rhythm of the body and mind. Breathing and lifespan has also got relation. Our ancient rishis and yogis has done great research in this, and they have noticed that the animals with a slow breath rate, such as elephants, tortoises, and pythons, have long lifespans, whereas those with a fast breathing rate, such as dogs, lions, rabbits, they live for a few years. From this observation, they realized the importance of slow breathing for increasing the human lifespan. Similarly, pranayama and spirituality has connection. Once the mind has been stilled and the prana flow freely in the nadis and chakras, the doorway to the evolution of consciousness opens, leading the aspirant into higher dimensions of spiritual experience. The different types of pranayama, we'll come to know the types of pranayama. As you can see, Nadi Shodhana or alternate nostril breathing, Bhastrika, Surya Bhedana pranayama, Chandra Bhedi pranayama, Ujjayi pranayama, Brahmari pranayama, Sheetali pranayama, and Sheetkari pranayama. The methods that have been used are, here we discuss about the benefits of the pranayama and the researchers that support the scientific evidence they have provided benefits of pranayama. The first one is pranayama strengthens the lung. So, a research paper based on a study conducted on 50 adults subject to know the effect of pranayama for over a period of 6 months suggested the following results. The dynamic parameters of the lung, including pulmonary function tests, showed marked improvement. It strengthened the lung. It can be used to treat various lung diseases like asthma, allergic bronchitis, occupational diseases, and recoveries after pneumonia and
you have 1
tuberculosis.
minute more.
Okay. Next is it acts as a stress reliever. We have researchers on that also. It improves concentration. It detoxifies the body. It is good for nasal passages, migraines, and sinuses. So I'm not discussing the researchers as I have time constraint. Next, it improves the sleep quality. Pranayama boosts immunity. It improves cardiovascular health. Here I'll say a study has shown the effect of 3 months regular practice of slow breathing for 5 minutes per day, maintaining 2:1 ratio of exhalation and inhalation. Significant reduction in blood pressure and heart rate while increased fingertip temperature. Another study involving 6 weeks of training in pranayama along with medications to treat hypertension. Pranayama has reduced BP significantly compared to medication alone. Okay. So I'll just wind up by saying that pranayama has also is pranayama helpful in preventing coronavirus disease symptoms? Yes. There are no Ayurvedic or yogic practices that have significantly proven helpful, yet it's helpful in reducing coronavirus anxiety, builds immunity. Since COVID is a respiratory syndrome, pranayama by regulating better prana flow in the body strengthens the lung and reduces the stress response. This makes the immune system strong, and I have got my students who have backed this results. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Namrata. Please show yourself and over to the judges.
Yes.
Namrata, thank you very much for your good presentation. But I wanted to
thank
know,
you, sir.
This
yes,
is supposed to be a research article-based poster. So what is the research methodology you have used in your
Sir, this is a review paper. I have not researched because due to the pandemic situation and time constraint, I didn't got the opportunity to do a research. But this is a review paper. I have studied the papers and I had come to the conclusion. The methodology here I have used is different.
We only understand that pranayama, how it is good. I know many good things you have presented about the pranayama, but you have there is no even critical analysis of pranayama. Do you have any literature review on that?
Yes, sir. I have written that, but I didn't share with you that. So the contraindications for that critical analysis is just those who are ill, those who have severe heart disease, they should go to a competent guru, and then only they should proceed with pranayama, or else there is nothing as such critical about the pranayama.
Okay, thank you.
Amrita, hello.
Hello, sir.
You told it is a narrative review paper, but in the paper you didn't mention any references. Hello, you told it is a narrative review paper based on the theoretical understanding. It's absolutely fine. But thing is that you didn't mention any references of the
Sir,
previous
can
study
you,
or yes.
sir, can you just references? Yes, sir,
Yes,
I
can you
can
hear?
just
Can you
provide
hear?
all the references. Yes, yes.
But
I
in the
have.
poster, you didn't mention it.
So this is for the first time we are doing it, and the poster is too small to. So I have written the paper and I have written everything.
Okay.
I have got 20 references, so I have mentioned everything.
You already wrote in your paper.
Yes, sir.
You already wrote in your paper the references. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
And another thing you told, this type of the yoga basically has to enhance the immunity. Can you tell me what's the linkage in between these two? Physiological linkage in
Between
these two?
immunity?
Any form
Yes,
of
sir,
immunity.
definitely.
Please tell me.
Yes, yes, sir. So I'll tell you. The stress, when a person is stressed, that has deteriorating effect on the immune system of the body. So when we do inhalation and exhalation, we take out the toxins that are filled in the naris and in different body parts. So when the toxins are out of the body, that will definitely boost the immunity and make us stronger.
Okay, that's your hypothesis. It is your hypothesis, or you got this information from any theoretical paper? Did you get it
No,
from
sir,
any
there is
theoretical paper, or it is
a
your
review. Yes,
innovative
sir.
idea?
Yes, yes. No, no, it's not my
Reference?
innovative idea. Yes, the reference is a systematic review based on the effect of yoga and pranayama over the immune system. It reflects this. It showed that yogic breathing down regulates pro-inflammatory markers. It has also beneficial effects on cell-mediated and mucosal immunity. If practiced regularly and for longer duration, it can help to achieve.
Yeah. Okay, I understand what you want to communicate. Thank you. Thank you for presenting the poster.
Thanks.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Namrata. Next, we have Kakuli Chatterjee.
Hello.
Yes.
I am audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
Namaste, sir. Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
So today my topic is Surya Namaskar, the science behind the Surya Namaskar. Surya Namaskar or sun salutation help balance the three doshas, Vata, Pitta and Kapha according to Ayurveda. The Surya Namaskar asana sequence is aimed at energizing the solar plexus, Manipur chakra at the navel, which in yogic psychology is the basis of physical body. Now, is Surya Namaskar scientific? Now, science has proved and recognized the healing powers of the sun and the health benefits of sun salutation. The practice of Surya Namaskar in the direction of the sunrise helps maintain optimal vitamin D in the body. Also, solar plexus located behind the navel in the human body is connected to the sun. Then, according to Shushruta, master of Ayurveda, health defines as Sama dosha, Sama agni, Sacha sama dhatu malakriya, Prasanna atma indriya manaha, Shvasta iti adhibhidhyate. The translation is, one is in perfect health when the three doshas, the metabolic fire, all the bodily tissues and components, all the excretory function are in perfect order with a pleasantly disposed and contained mind, sense and spirit. Surya Namaskar bridge this connection from active physical movement of dynamic asana to the subtle breath and onward control of the mind, body, complex through the sense. It helps one life as a part of nature and in rhythm with the universe to bring about oneness with the universal consciousness of which the sun is representative. Surya Namaskar is complete sadhana, spiritual practice in itself, for it includes asana, pranayama, mantra, and meditation techniques. Now, the benefits. Okay, now then how does Surya Namaskar work? Surya Namaskar, also known as the ultimate asana, strengthen your back as well as your muscles and bring down blood sugar level. It also improves the metabolism and blood circulation, hence glowing your skin and ensure regular menstrual cycle for women. Then what is the right way to practice Surya Namaskar? Surya Namaskar must always be done with a synchronized breath with each move, while the limbs and core should engage during the sequence. The inhalation and exhalation should match with the expansion of contraction of the muscles. The breath should be flowing throughout the continuity with retention only at the plank pose. Ideally, this sequence performs to bridge the warm-ups and asanas practice. So it's necessary to warm up the muscles before jumping right into Surya Namaskar. A Vata dosha individually should ideally be holding pose for a longer time and do the sun salutation at a slower pace. A Kapha dosha individual should quickly switch between poses, since Surya Namaskars can increase metabolic fire. A Pitta dosha person should ideally perform moon salutation or sun salutation in the evening or cooler months. Then, can ladies do Surya Namaskar? Why women should do Surya Namaskar? Surya Namaskar on sun salutation is combination of 12 yoga poses. Regular practice of Surya Namaskar helps women regulate irregular menstrual cycle and assist in childbirth. Further, it helps in bringing a glow to the face and also prevent wrinkles. Who should not do the Surya Namaskar? The pregnant woman should not practice the after 3rd month of pregnancy. Patients of hernia and high blood pressure are warned against this practice. People suffering from back condition should seek proper advice before commencing Surya Namaskar. Hence, there is 12 asana practice in the orders. Each of the 12 rounds of Surya Namaskar mean one part of 2 cycle, in which one uses either the right side or left side of the body, limbs predominantly.
Kakoli, you have 1 minute.
Okay, ma'am. The 12 Hatha Yoga position during this practice of Surya Namaskar active the Pingala and the Ida to give physical energy and dynamic start of the day. The left side movement activates the Ida, moon channel, to create a meditative spiritual practice to Surya Namaskar. Ideally, both sides are used in tandem during a round of 2 cycles. So, to create a harmonious Ida Pingala flow of energy and bring about awareness of consciousness through the planned movement of the physical body continuity. Here the 12 asanas poses, and we can also avoid the monotony of practice. We can add the mantras with all these things. There are 12 poses and 12 mantra included with the practices. So first asana is going to that.
Kakoli, your time is over.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Please show yourself over to the judges.
Thank you, Kakoli, for your presentation. I wanted to know whether you have prepared this poster on the basis of your any research or only a text you have selected for the poster. And second thing is, you have mentioned in your paper that females have a lot of good things associated with Surya Namaskar, and it can help them in different way as a medical treatment or some physical support. And what about the male? Actually, are there any benefits of male through
Yes,
this.
sir. There is many benefits for male also because of those who are wanted to make their muscles core strength, and the most today in stress life, male are facing the stress problem. They are having the blood pressure level high, sugar, cholesterol. Most of these affect on male persons too much. So they are controlling their total health to do this asanas. They don't have many time to go gym or any others, and this pandemic situations also, so they can also practice in their house only, and just take first they have to know the knowledge about the practice, and then go to start with their normal practice regularly, so they can control their high blood pressure, sugar level. This will be helpful for both of them, sir. There is the benefit for both of them, sir, men and women both. Hello. 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 Hello, sir.
Do you have any references?
Sir, but sir, we have the reference, but the same page as Namrata, that we don't have the much more time or the pages to show the all this reference, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Kakuli, for sharing this informative slide. And this is really informative and knowledgeable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you,
this.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kakuli. We have the next and the final one, Priyanka Mondol. Priyanka. Priyanka Mondol, are you there? I think Priyanka is not there. Any information with the technical team? Okay. I think she's not there, and anyways, we are over with the time of our session also. So I think we can conclude. Okay. Thank you, judges. It was a pleasure having both of you here and helping us with this session. We really feel enriched with all the feedbacks that you gave the students who presented, and we look forward to many more such resourceful sessions with you. So thank you. And next we have Dr. Patricia O'Grady as our 1 second.
Thank you, Shritata. Thank you, Shoma.
1 second. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye, Ashudha. Thank you.
Yes, bye.
Hello, Dr. Shaha, are you still there?
Yeah, I am still here. Okay.
Yeah, I think Dr. Dogra left, right?
Okay. Okay.
Actually, no, sir. We would appreciate it if you can stay a little longer, because actually there is an information that we have Priyanka with us. I think she will require 5-6 minutes to come up. So if you can just stay for that time, and
Okay, let her come. Let her come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hello. Sorry, sir. Sorry for the delay. I think the student will take a lot of time, and we can't. I mean, all the the programs will be delayed.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We look forward to more sessions with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will have the keynote speech by Patricia O'Grady right now, and that will be moderated by my colleague Shoma Pramanik. Over to you, Shoma ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Karima ma'am. Hello, Professor O'Grady. So I hope we have most of our psychology participants with here. Good evening, delegates. Good evening, delegates. Good morning, Professor Grady. So before we go on to the topic of Professor Grady, let me take some time to just introduce her. First of all, hello, ma'am. This is the first time I'm actually, or any of us, our team is actually seeing you. So some words about her. So Dr. Patricia O'Grady is the professor of education at the University of Tampa, Florida. She is widely acclaimed as an expert in positive psychology in education. In fact, that was a revelation to me when I was doing my research on her, that positive psychology in the elementary school classroom can be used. And that same book by her is considered a pioneering work in the field of positive psychology and as well as education, positive psychology in the field of education. O'Grady's research and writing focuses on the neuroscience of learning, emotional correlates of accomplishment, and the effective teaching taxonomy of emotional social learning. Also, ma'am's book, Mindfulness in the Classroom, 8 Mindful Habits of Successful Students, provides a roadmap to teachers to help them build proactive learners. Professor O'Grady is frequently an invited presenter and a keynote speaker at academic conferences. And ma'am also holds membership of many learning societies such as American Psychological Association, National Association of School Psychologists, International Positive Psychology Association, International Positive Education Network, National Association for Gifted Children, and Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development. Today's topic is the positive psychology of resilience. And with this, I would like to hand over the stage to Professor G. Thank you. Ma'am, yeah. You are on mute.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. I thank the conveners and I thank all of you for allowing me to come to you from Florida in the USA. And I had a little bit of trouble finding you, but it's truly, but I got to see a great yoga video on my journey. And it just reminds me how for all of our struggles and of all of our challenges, how we have this incredible new way to connect with each other. So easy, so readily, and so dynamically, and from all over the world. And I think this will be transformative in time. And there's a good bit of research that says it changes our brain in such positive ways. And that is what I have been studying as a psychologist and an educator. The intersection of positive psychology and neuroscience. That was sort of the idea I finally came up with when I was in the last parts of my career. So I finally had this idea that neuroscience really explains positive psychology. And I know many of you are healthcare professionals, or I understand that you are. So you will understand that when I started to think about it, I started to say, well, positive, when I started to read in both fields, I realized that positive psychology is the mechanism of action. You're always looking for the mechanism of action in your treatment, your interventions, in your medication. And positive psychology is the mechanism of action for neuroscience. And neuroscience enables the brain to function optimally, and especially under conditions that are not optimal. And that has been sort of encapsulated in a lot of the resilience research. So what I want to do today is just talk about what is resilience? How can you be more resilient? Because if there ever was a time in history, or one of the many times probably in history for perspective, but something that was as challenging and stressful and in need of activating and actualizing our resilience, it's now. And I feel so honored to be talking to healthcare professionals who, as you all know, are heroes and on the front lines of our pandemic, our global pandemic, all over the world. And we watched in the United States as India struggled in their most dark time. And Florida, I have to say, for lots of different reasons, and probably not as justifiable reasons, is going through the same thing, but where we do have the common thread of human suffering, and how do we alleviate that for ourselves and others? And you've made your life work that. So again, I just want to say how grateful I am for this opportunity. Now I do have a PowerPoint, and I'm not quite sure if tech people were going to put it up on the screen, or if I can go ahead and share my screen. So I'll give it just a moment. If not, I will have to take a quick moment and try to share my screen. I did send the PowerPoint in. And what the PowerPoint would say is who I am, from Tampa, Florida, the University of Tampa, and that my topic is positive psychology of resilience. And to begin, what I want to do is I want you to all imagine what what resilience looks like to you in an image. So try to close your eyes for just a moment and come up with an image that symbolizes or is emblematic of resilience. So a picture in your head that enables you to come up with an idea about how you would conceptualize resilience. And I want to show you a picture of it that I came up with, and I'm probably going to have to grab my screen.
Ma'am, you can also share your screen, or if you want, then we can also share it from our end.
If you would share it from your end, that would be great. So if you could do that, that would be great. Well, everyone's thinking about their idea that conceptualizes resilience. And by the way, the reason I didn't want to go into my screen is because my desktop is so messy that I would be totally embarrassed for all of you to see it. Now, can I? Okay, yeah, let's go right here to the second slide. Can I actually? There we go. That was my concept of resilience. I thought about, in the most barren place with the least bit of nurturing, a single flower can emerge. And I'm sure all of you had similar ideas, and I'm sure what you conceptualized had to do with a barrenness, a lack of nurturing, a lack of attention, a lack of supports, perhaps. And yet, an individual can thrive. An individual can find the beauty, can find their place, can grow and move forward and contribute to the beauty and contribute to the safety and contribute to the goodness of the world. The next thing, and I don't think we have time to share, but I hope that when you go home or when you go back to your workplace or your schooling or your schoolhouse, that you will share your idea, your image of what does resilience look like to you, and also keep this in mind. Now, the next slide, I'm not sure if I can actually move it. I don't think I can. Anyway, the next thing I was going to ask you to do, and it's another little, I was going to talk about, there we go. Resilience comes from the Latin word resilire, which means springing back. And I noticed that the Knowledge Campus actually has a Latin, your initials are a Latin motto. And let's see if I can remember. It is notabilis societrix humanis maxima. It means notable collaboration for the greater good, or for the best of man's development. And I thought that really is a starting point to talk about resilience, because it is about doing excellent, notable work collaboratively together for the good of others and the good of ourselves. And so I thought it was interesting that resilience also is derived, as your work is derived, and your college and university and work is derived from the Latin word. Latin words takes its direction from Latin words. So does resilience, and it means springing back. But it doesn't only mean springing back. It also means persisting and not giving up. So we're going to go on to the definition of resilience. And here is one definition of resilience. But before you get too far into the other definitions, I hope you have a little piece of paper somewhere nearby, or if not, you can just do it in your head. Come up with a definition of resilience for yourself. Come up with 3 words that you think describe resilience. Because there are many definitions. We're going to go through them because they really all enable us to think about resilience in multiple and complex ways, because it's really not a simple idea. It's many ideas that you need to collate and coalesce into one thought and then action. So think of 3 words that you would use to describe resilience. And then as we go through the definitions, see how many of those words you find in some of the definitions of resilience. These are the academic definitions in the literature. It is a quality, a disposition, an orientation, a philosophy with people, within people. So it's intrinsic to us. It's an internal dynamic, and we call it resiliency. Again, much from the Latin word, it allows individuals to bounce back from setbacks, from physical and psychological traumas. It helps to achieve outcomes despite challenging or threatening circumstances. It's coping successfully with traumatic experiences and avoiding negative paths or more negative or less helpful coping strategies. It's often a way of resisting risk, of choosing not to take risks that do not help make us less resilient. And these are just some of the academic definitions, but the idea, the concept of resilience is just beginning to emerge from an academic point of view. The next thing that I wanted to talk about in terms of resilience, just to add to those academic definitions, and this is really the understanding of resilience is most linked to the neuroscience. Your brain is very elastic. What we discovered is that the brain grows, the brain repairs itself. The brain will rewire neurons, as you know, as healthcare professionals, around any sort of damaged parts of the brain. So we talk about elasticity. We talk about of the brain, and we talk about flexibility of action. And from that elasticity of the brain comes the flexibility of action. And so when we meet with an unpredictable or uncertain situation, if we respond in rigid ways, if our brains use the same patterns, the same pathways to respond, that isn't as adaptive and doesn't create as much resiliency as responding and reacting with flexibility. So I think a very key component, which we'll talk about a little bit later, is flexibility. And that's because that flexibility of action is indicative of an elasticity of the brain, a growth mindset, as some of you probably are familiar with. So resilience is flexibility. It's flexibility of thought, flexibility of feeling, flexibility of actions. We can change our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions in response to threatening psychological trauma, uncertainty in our world. Another concept that's really important in resilience is that it's an ineffable quality that allows some people to be knocked down by life and still come back stronger than ever. And I want you to take a moment to think of someone that you know in your life that you feel this sentence describes. Do you know somebody in your life who has been knocked down many, many times and they get back up? But more importantly than getting back up, and we talk about that and we admire that and we see that as the outcome of resiliency. Not only do they get back up, but they get back up stronger. And that, I think, is the key idea in this definition of resilience. Rather than letting the failure overcome them and drain their resolve, they find a way to rise from the ashes. It actually strengthens their resolve. It actually makes them more committed, more determined, more persistent in terms of overcoming the struggle, overcoming the problem, overcoming the challenge, overcoming the bureaucracy, overcoming the bad decisions, overcoming whatever it is that has found us in a particular situation where we question whether or not we will be able to move forward. We question whether or not we will be able to overcome. Another aspect of resilience, and this is probably one of the more textbook definitions, and I think this has, and again, the reason I brought you so many different definitions is because it's still emerging, it's still evolving. Resilience is very, very complex, and there are so many aspects of it, and we'll connect these to some of the neuroscience later in our discussion. But it's also the capacity. That means it's the capacity to do this. It's not just the doing of it, but it's your ability to do it. And where does that come from? And that comes from the kind of brain experiences that children, adolescents, young adults, and middle-aged adults and older adults have that shape that elastic brain. So it's your capacity. It's essentially your brain capacity. I like to think of resilience as brain capacity in a dynamic system that enables you to adapt. Many of you, when you were thinking of 3 words that would define or describe resilience, I'm sure thought of adaptation. Some of you probably thought of persistence, determination, strength, but in particular, almost every definition that what is common to it is the ability to adapt successfully to the challenge that threaten the function, your ability to function in work, in life, in school, in family, in relationships, your ability to survive when there is trauma in any of those spheres of your life. Or the future development of the system. So again, adapting so that your system will be more able to survive the traumas. And a system can be an individual person. It can be a group of persons working, learning, living, loving together. And it can be a small group or it can be a large group. It can be a workplace. It can be a community. So resilience, we don't just speak of resilience in terms of individual resilience, so that is at the core of success, because individual resilience creates community resilience. and that creates a system resilience. You'll often find we speak not just of individual person's resilience, we speak of a city's resilience, we speak of a institution's resilience, we speak of a particular neighborhood's resilience. We talk about, in even more global terms, climate resistance, or resilience rather. There's a lot of climate resistance that creates or thwarts resilience. Resilience, essentially, if we were to sum it up, is accepting a new reality, despite the psychological and physical traumas, even if it's less good than one you had before. You can fight it, you can do nothing but scream about what you've lost, or you can accept that and try to put together something that's good. It's spinning gold from straw. It's enabling us to find a way not only to adapt, because adapt is a key idea in resilience, but the more important idea is acceptance. When we let go, when we don't impose expectations, when we essentially come to terms with what everyone is calling the new normal. I prefer the idea of the new reality. Many studies show that persons who have resiliency, flexible thinking, growth mindsets, are able to better accept a new reality. The life isn't what we hoped for, it's not even what we wished for, but we make the best of it. And resilient people all have in common the ability to make the best of things. And I'm sure you can also think about that resilient person that I asked you to sort of conjure up in your mind a few minutes ago. And I think if we could have a larger discussion, we would find that all of those people have in common the ability to make the best of things. Now, if we look at the principles of positive psychology, there's a model out there, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, called the PERMA model. And it has essentially 5 principles. And what I've tried to do is link those 5 principles of positive psychology to some of the ideas that are central to the ability to become a more resilient person. And the first one is positive emotions and managing your feelings. And sometimes this is very misunderstood. This isn't just positive thinking. There's an article I just read called Toxic Positivity. That's not reality-based. It's always hoping and having expectations and thinking about things that are can never be, for whatever the reasons are. So it's not just having positive emotion, it's having real emotion, and understanding that positive emotion is important to your resilience, but just positive emotion alone isn't going to change the circumstances. And so therefore, the really important part of the principle is using positive emotion to manage your feeling, to become aware of your feelings, and be able to label those feelings, be able to say, I'm sad, or I'm angry, or I'm annoyed, or I'm frustrated, have the vocabulary and the language to express those feelings, and then think about how you can come to accept a new reality using more positive feelings. So essentially, it's again going back to making the best of things under the circumstances that you find yourself in, finding the good, finding the positive, not so much creating it, but finding it. And this particular quote, I really think is probably the most important quote that I will share with you today. And it says, strong people alone know how to organize their suffering so as to bear only the most necessary pain. I think that's the principles of positive psychology, the ability to shift our thought, to change our feeling, to be more, to find the best in the circumstance. There's so much suffering. Sometimes it's overwhelming. There's so much pain. There's so much loss. There's so much challenge in our lives that it will burden us unless we can organize it to only focus on that which is most crucial, and just bear that part. And again, let the rest of it go. Accept that suffering is part of the journey, and that's good for the brain. When the brain comes to that level of acceptance, it finds workarounds. It has a natural ability to work around the situation and to compartmentalize and actually only deal with the crisis at hand. And so doing it one step at a time, one crisis at a time, as I know all of the healthcare professionals who are listening understand, that it's a survival mechanism, but it's also a thriving mechanism. It's how you thrive in the long run, by organizing that suffering. So you only bear the pain you need to bear for that day, and don't bring in a deluge of pain to your experience. The next principle that we talk about is principle 3, which is positive relationships. And those of you, I'm sure most of you, are working in teams. Most of you are trying to build teams, because one of the things that's really good for your brain is support from other people who understand. My husband died from leukemia 4 years ago. And I remember when I told my sister, she said her first response to me was, "Oh, he knew everything." And that's true of our most intimate relationships. They understand us. They have shared experience with us. We don't have to explain. They just know. And those relationships actually create positive chemistry in the brain. Some of the research has suggested positive relationships that understand, that empathize, that support, actually are better than many of the medications that we give for depression. They have equal, if not better, impact. But it's hard to build positive relationships under stress, because sometimes our brain is hijacked and we react in anger or frustration, or we react impulsively, or we take risks we wouldn't otherwise take. And those are all barriers to a positive relationship. So essentially we're creating, the stress itself puts up a block to the positive relationships that are most likely to help relieve our stress. So I thought that this quote was really helpful in terms of understanding how can we build those positive relationships, especially under times of extraordinary stress. And it's by finding compassion, building that empathy. Empathy and resilience are really tools of the brain in order to think about, perceive, and act on your environment, difficult environments, in more effective ways. And that compassion for ourselves must come first. Many people have told us that we need to take care of ourselves. Self-care is a very popular word right now. But what does that really mean? And what it means is doing what's best for you first, and then looking around and asking how you can do what's best for others. And this is a really important idea, because we often either skip ourselves and only look out and take care of others, especially if you're healthcare professionals, or sometimes we tend to just take care of ourselves and we retreat and we become very isolated, and that prevents us from having the energy we need to be compassionate towards others, especially those we disagree with, or those who are causing some sort of harm in some ways. So what's important to do is to think about first having the compassion for ourselves, so that we have those reservoirs available to each other. Energy must be synergy, must become synergy. Positive energy, managing your emotions, having positive relationships takes negative energy, processes it through your neuronal system, and creates a synergy, allows you to create a synergy with others. So at the forefront of the neuroscience of positive psychology and resilience as an outcome would be compassion for others. And the next one is principle number 4. And that would be finding meaning. This is probably the most central principle of positive psychology. The brain is naturally, intrinsically curious. And so it will seek to find meaning. It will seek to find an explanation for what is happening around us, particularly if there's a lot of trauma happening around us. So looking for the meaning, and sometimes it's very hard to find the meaning in psychological or physical trauma, such as in the pandemic that we're experiencing around the world, and some of the decisions that are being made about how to manage that pandemic. So what we need to do is we can't find the meaning in it, and it becomes lost. So there's another idea that's very compatible with meaning, and it draws from the brain's natural curiosity, and that's learning. If we can't immediately find meaning in the struggle, then what we can do is we can learn from it. And eventually that learning generates the meaning. So a comeback, that springing back in resilience, that overcoming the struggle in resilience, that comeback is really a setback that did its homework. It learned the lesson and moved forward. And in that process, the meaning becomes more apparent. You're able to accept the meaning of that experience, no matter how difficult or traumatic or stressful it may have been. So when we think about meaning, we should also think about learning. We can create the meaning by learning. What did we learn from this? That self-reflection, that related to that self-advocacy, because reflection and self-reflection enables us to become self-advocates. When we learn and move forward, we are essentially advocating for ourselves, and will lead us to a greater understanding, finding greater meaning in the trauma. And the last principle, and this I think is probably one of the most important principles. We often think of achievement, especially high achieving people, like I'm sure are listening in. High achieving people tend to focus always on outcomes. And in many instances, it is essential to be focusing on those outcomes. But often those outcomes are not goals we have set for ourselves. They have been imposed on us. They're extrinsic to us. They're things we must do. And usually for a good reason, but they're not necessarily things that we would choose to do, or they would be the choices that we would make. Accomplishment is what we do because we want to do it. Achievement is often what we do because it's necessary and others expect it of us. So accomplishment, being able to look at what we've accomplished, even if we haven't achieved all the goals that were expected, we have accomplished something in the process of working toward that achievement. And that's what is really crucial. So what I want you to do now is I want you to take a few minutes to think about an accomplishment that made you feel good about what you had contributed, what you had done. And maybe the accomplishment is related to one of the previous ideas. Maybe it's related to a time that you were able to recognize your emotion, so therefore change your action. Maybe it was a time where you were able to manage an emotion under really difficult circumstances. Maybe it was a time that you were able to build a relationship with someone that you had been estranged from, or that you have a very hard time working with. Maybe it was learning a lesson that you didn't see immediately or obviously. It can be anything that you feel accomplished, that you feel you have accomplished despite everything, because of yourself, because of your own resiliency. So I'll stop talking for a moment. You can just think about that accomplishment. Because that is essentially the essence of resiliency, the ability to take those other positive psychology principles and turn them into an accomplishment that is satisfying to you, not to others. That's intrinsically motivating to you, not extrinsically motivating only. No one even may know that you have accomplished this. In fact, most people know about our achievements, but not everyone knows about our accomplishments. And one of the things that we have learned is good for the brain is the opportunity to share those accomplishments. One of the things that I do is I do a little workshop that's all centered around this particular principle and exploring our accomplishments and identifying future accomplishments, because as a way of self-care, taking a nice hot bath or getting a massage is good self-care too. But this is cognitive self-care. What have I accomplished? So we start to see ourselves as the successful humans that we are, even though at the end of the day it may not feel that way, especially if you're in a hospital that's overwhelmed, or you're providing care in a community clinic that doesn't have the sufficient resources, or if you're going home and you don't have the supported home for child care. So we still are accomplishing things despite all of that, and that is resilience. The resilience is in the accomplishment, not necessarily the achievement. So sometimes just carrying on is the superhuman achievement. I can remember somebody told me when I was at a very low place in my life, and they said, just get up, just show up, and then things will get better. And sometimes that's all we can ask of ourselves, and that is an amazing accomplishment, and that is the measure of resilience. So if you have had a very bad day and you've gotten up and then you've shown up, that's enough. And the concept of enough, our brains are always racing to do more, to do better, to be competitive, when really it's more calming for the brain to simply be more compassionate and cooperative toward ourselves and others. Though it's extremely difficult to do that unless you practice the principles of positive psychology, both cognitively and affectively. It's very difficult to do it when you're psychologically or physically traumatized. It's not going to get easier, or life isn't going to get easier. It's not going to get more forgiving. The pandemic is not going to go away. The bills you have to pay are not going to go away. The struggle to move to a new home or place to live is not going to go away. Nothing is going to get easier. Probably going to get harder. It's not going to get more forgiving. But you will get stronger and more resilient. That is the only answer. We can't change the circumstances. We can't change life. We can't change the path. We can only change how we are going to react and respond, and how we're going to train our brain to react and respond differently. And that is essentially the means to accomplish resilience. And lastly, I have my tips for you. I often think of resilience as homeostasis, and scientists, as I know you all are, will understand that. Restoring the balance, finding the equilibrium in our lives. Brains function best under calm conditions. We can't create the calm conditions externally, certainly, but we can begin to create them internally by using the mechanism of action, positive psychology. For this equilibrium now in sight, let us trust that mankind, as it has occurred in the greatest periods of its past, will find for itself a new code of ethics, common to all, made of tolerance, courage, and of faith in the spirit of men. Positive psychology is really an affirmation of people and what their capacity for resilience is. So if I were giving you a quick summary of the neuroscience of positive psychology so that resilience is the outcome, I would say, first of all, be aware of your emotions. Monitor them every day, every hour, every moment, and then let go of those that are negative and reinforce and nurture those that are positive. The letting go is very hard. We cannot, until we let go of those negative emotions that swell up within us whenever we're under stress, as the body's natural biological reaction. Until we let go of those, we cannot hijack the positive emotion. that will calm us, help us make better decisions, and now allow us to be more resilient under stress. Nurture yourself and others. And that is, there's no one prescription. We all have lots of ideas how to do that. But most importantly, every day ask yourself, what can I do today? What can I do this hour? What can I do in the next 10 minutes to make myself feel better? Then you say, okay, what can I do in the next 10 minutes, the next hour, this day, to make someone else, not others generically, but someone else, someone specifically, feel better? And then, if you're having a really good day, you can say, what can I do to make this group of people feel better? And it's sometimes not as hard to come up with an idea as you might imagine. It's not that hard to make people feel better. As you all know, because that is your life's work, is to make people feel physically and emotionally better. Find purpose in your adversity, your loss, and your suffering. And if you can't find the purpose, find the lesson in your work, in your effort, in your accomplishment. Value intrinsic motivation. Know that really is what is important to you, and prioritize that. This enables the positivity in your life to occur and to be shared. If there's something in your life that you're doing not because you really want to be doing it, but because you have to be doing it, then do it for a while, learn from it, and let that lesson figure out where it can take you in the future, and how it might guide your path to come. And then my very final message regarding positive psychology and the neurosciences. It's very easy to look at people and their circumstance and find fault. Our brains are actually wired to find fault, because that's the way we problem solve, and that's a survival mechanism. But positive psychology suggests we have to counterbalance that. We have to find the equilibrium by not so much looking at and this applies to ourselves as well as others, not so much looking at our own failures, but looking at even our successes. We cannot really count our resilience by the number of failures or the number of successes. We count it by how we keep trying. So if you picked a word to define and describe resilience in the beginning, and you included the word persistence, not just determination, but determination is the doing of it. The persistence is the continuing to do it. And resilience is really the persistence. So persistence was on your list. If courage was on your list, because it takes courage to be persistent in hard times, and if acceptance was on your list, accept that I can get back up, accept this isn't failure will not define me, accept that it can get better. If persistence, acceptance, and were on your list, then those are really important ideas to hold on to and to use as your mantra in your brain, because your brain can be trained to think and to feel and think and act very differently under stress and during times of trauma. That's pretty much all I had prepared to talk with you about today. I didn't know if there would be time for questions. I'd be happy to take. I'm not sure if that's a possibility. But what I will do is say, I know we finished a few minutes early, but if we don't have questions or a way to do that, I want to give you that time for some self-care. Sometimes the reason we don't have self-care is we don't have time for self-care. And I would imagine in your very, very hectic and rushed and stressful lives that you don't. So what I'd like you to do is take any time that I have not used and give it back to you to do something or talk to someone you haven't had a chance to talk to before, or enough time to talk to. Do something for yourself that you really want to do in the about 5 to 7 minutes that are left. I've enjoyed this so much. I would love to have had an opportunity to be more interactive, but I hope you will take some of these thoughts and ideas and you will share them with one person today. One idea that meant something to you, one idea that you feel was of value, and share it with somebody else. And that's how we build that capacity for resilience. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for taking out time so early in your day for us.
Quite all
And
right.
yeah, and this was really an enriching discussion covering all the concepts of resilience. And in fact, through your lecture, I'm sure others did too. I personally went back in my mind to several difficult experiences, to several enriching experiences, and maybe some of those moments which I had trivialized. But then today I recognize that it was perhaps an accomplishment. Yeah, just one second. Just one second. Yeah. So, and also those three words that you gave us, the courage, persistence, acceptance. I also believe that, yes, after your deliberation, that those are perhaps truly the cornerstones of resilience. So, however, I had a few questions from here, my students. So, one of them was somebody asked that, can altruistic acts, practicing altruistic acts, can that lead to building resilience? And how would you? Yeah.
Yes, definitely. What a very good question to whatever student asked you. Altruistic acts create meaning. One of the best ways to create meaning in your life, to create a meaningful life, is through altruistic acts. It also is a way of demonstrating in action, rather than just thinking about it, your compassion for others. So it really builds the resilience in two ways. It creates compassion, which we know is a cornerstone of resilience, and it also builds meaningfulness in your own life. And without meaning, without purpose, there is really little hope. And without any hope, there is no resilience, because resilience is essentially the hope, not only the hope, but then the belief, the hope that leads to the belief that you can get back up again. So yes, I sort of think of altruism and altruism acts as banking. It's a bank where you're constantly making deposits. So when you have a struggle, when you have a trauma, you can withdraw all that positivity that you have collected, all that brain experience that has become part of you. That is going to be your safety net, your cushion, your bank, which you can withdraw positivity from in the future when you need it. So yes, altruistic acts are very much a way to build resilience, and very consistent with the idea of creating meaning in positive psychology.
I also like that thought that you gave us, that perhaps for one day, just carry how much ever you can and let the rest be.
Yes.
Yes. So that was such a beautiful message, that, and perhaps that is also something we need to appreciate in ourselves, and perhaps a different way of looking at our days, at how we carry our accomplishments. Yes, that is also another thing that I like, the difference between achievement and accomplishment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I would say about, again, the difference between accomplishments is, if we focus on accomplishments, there's sort of a mantra I use, and I'm almost 70 years old, and so I have lived a long time. I had lots of failures, lots of challenges. And one of the things, I finally came to some peace when I was able to let go of expectation, because we almost create our own heartbreak through expectation. And what I was able to do was essentially say, I've done enough. This is good enough. We always talk about that gold standard, which we can't possibly meet every day, but we can do our very best each day, and our best is good enough as an internal measure as opposed to an external measure. Yes. I'm glad that was interesting to you.
Okay, so there was another question that we had got, that, this, you spoke about toxic positivity, which is truly something that is coming up. So how do we kind of build a check for ourselves, that when is this bouncing back, when is this resilience, and when am I actually engaging, or when someone else around me is engaging in toxic positivity, giving everything a positive spin? How do we kind of differentiate?
Yeah, we need to self-monitor that because, again, positive psychology, the science of positive psychology, has often been misunderstood as positivity. And what we can do is we can I think what I talked about at one point was reality, accepting reality, and then recognizing our emotions, our authentic emotional response to that reality, even if it's anger and even if it's deep and dark feelings. So recognizing, acknowledging those, and then allowing those, and then making that conscious shift to think about it in a more positive way, but not just to, coat over, gloss over, and not look at the situation through realistic eyes. You can't truly be positive if you don't assess the situation realistically. And that's the real measure of resilience. People who know how bad it is, they say how bad it is, and then they find something positive in it or something meaningful in it.
I have just one.
Reality check.
Reality check. Yeah, true. That's a very good way of putting it. So I just have one last question for you. How would you say, or how can one build resilience through mindfulness?
Oh, very good question. And that's a harder question. I think it goes back to principle one, that again, positive emotion. Positive emotion is being aware of your emotion. People think it's feeling a particular way, feeling positive. It's not. In positive psychology, positive emotion is being aware of emotion. Mindfulness enables us to be aware of our emotions and therefore have influence over our emotions each and every moment. Mindfulness also keeps us focused in the moment. You can't be resilient. You can't learn the lesson or find the meaning in this moment if you're thinking about all the mistakes you made in the past or all the regrets you have in the past. I remember I was like 16, about 16 years old, and I had probably 100 regrets. And I remember talking to my grandmother. I told my grandmother, who was probably well into her 70s, my age now, and I said, I said, oh, I have so many regrets. I said, do you have any regrets? She goes, oh, I have none. I thought, how do you get to that place? You stop focusing on yesterday, which I didn't know at 16, but she certainly did. And worrying about the future. Mindfulness it helps us to not think about and worry about the future because we can't predict it. We can't know it anyway. We can't really do much about it. So that mindfulness now allows us to be in the moment, being aware of our emotions, focusing on our relationships that are here and real today, and finding meaning in today, not trying to second guess yesterday or worry about tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you for all of that. So I don't see any further questions.
Okay. Well, thank you for those questions. I wish you all the best. And I, again, think this is an amazing opportunity that we can all be together so simply through technology. And thanks to the tech team over there.
Absolutely. And it was very kind of you to agree to do this. Thank you. And yeah, and we look forward to further collaborations with you. And yes, I wish you
I wish you all good things, all good things. You all take care of yourselves. Be happy, be safe, be good.
We wish you a good day, and to all our participants, I wish you a good evening. So we have our valedictory session next up at 6:30.